Boom. Is this thing on? How's everyone doing? I have got my own audio playing somewhere, so I've got a stream open that I have to check. There we go. Otherwise, that was going to be really annoying. So, I'd ask how everyone's doing, but it's kind of a sad night. But we're going to try to be upbeat. It is what it is. We're going to do what we can here. So we're just we're gonna keep on going. We're gonna do some of the usual talking. I also just want to note, you beautiful people screwed with my plans, and I'm gonna tell you how. Which is that I was gonna start this out as another blackmail stream, and what I mean by that is saying I'm shutting off everything until we get Corey's GoFundMe fully funded. Now, I see somebody saying, why sad? Okay, I guess not everyone is sort of in the loop on this one. So just as a little bit of sort of background on this one. So Captain Corey, who is, he's a young child who was, he struggled with issues with, organ failure and so forth. He had 2 transplants. He eventually decided he couldn't go through it again. So he wanted to be a YouTuber. So he reached out through Make-A-Wish, and Johnny Depp gave him a shout out. And very quickly he got to the 100,000 mark. That said, that's just like, hey, okay, this is one of those things that happens. But since then, we've had the opportunity to get to know Corey a little bit better, because we've seen his videos. He set up like a wish list for stuff you could send him, and most of that wish list was things you could send him so that he could give it to other kids and other to make charitable donations. He's a guy, you see him in his early, you see videos sort of before his health troubles. And, he was sort of an athletic young kid, and that got taken away from him by some of the needs for, surgery and so forth. But he ended up having so much taken away from him ultimately, and ultimately he hasn't survived. But so he just passed yesterday. But what he was focused on was what he could give back, both to his sister, who could easily have been overshadowed in all of this, to his mom, to the community around him. So there is a GoFundMe link that is to and hopefully Against the Tide. Are you able to post that up and pin that? Pixie has Pixie has put up a message, and it's heartbreaking. So he did a lot of work, raising money. He's it's sad. He that is what it is. It's just it's a tragedy, because he fought very hard, and ultimately, he was he became a part of so many of our lives. So I see people who say that they didn't know. All right, so I'm seeing that you can't pin chats. Post the link again. I will pin it. Just if you've got the link handy. Oh wait, I think I've got it here. Give me a second. I'm just posting the link up so that we can get that. All right, now it's the metadata that it's trying to send. There we go. Hopefully I can tag that and pin it. All right, so I was gonna hold you guys hostage and say, hey, I demand you guys get this to its to fully funded. just as an indication of how beloved Corey was. That took like 4 hours. And so, yeah. So, all right. So, how is everyone otherwise? Hopefully, oh, great. My chat locked up, so I couldn't pin it. All right. So, hopefully, everyone is otherwise doing the best they can here. There we go. Pinned message. So hopefully that link works there. Yeah, they set a goal of 15,000 pounds, like not dollars, pounds, and that was created 3 hours ago. It's at 17,921 as of right this second. So yeah. Trees. Here's the thing. Yeah, I do. You show up at a funeral and you want to be a jackass, you're going to get yanked. This is not a government space. This is not a public space. You don't have to be a jerk, but you do have freedom of speech. You can talk wherever you'd like, just not necessarily in my living room. So behave, or like don't go aggravating people's grief, or you're gone. Like, sorry. I'm not inclined to yank people lightly, but yeah, there is no nobody lets you. Nobody's going to let you say whatever you want in their living room. So you're in my living room right now. Sorry, that's just how that goes. So, all right, you had your shot, man. Bye. Yeah, that's sorry, folks. There's always somebody who can't really play nicely in the sandbox, but hey, listen, I guess we can talk about what freedom of speech means. Freedom of speech means that the government doesn't get to censor you. It doesn't mean you've got a right to someone else's living room. It doesn't mean you have a right to someone else's platform. It doesn't mean any of that. And it certainly doesn't mean that you can, like, if you walk into a restaurant and start saying that the owner of the restaurant is, whatever, they're going to remove you. And that's how that goes. That's perfectly, that's not in, that's not in violation of that at all. So your fundamental principles of freedom of speech mean that you don't have to get censored by the government. But Trees, if you really want to emphasize this freedom of speech point you're making, send me your address and I will post it up, and people can come and freedom of speech at your front door, if that's how dedicated you are. But most of us realize that you can't do things like that in somebody else's space, and especially not when you are prodding people when they are yeah. All right. So anyway, now that we're sort of past that here, I've got a drink. I've got a bunch of things to talk about. I guess I was also going to roll something when we started talking about Corey. I guess I kind of jumped the gun. Let me just pull that up here. I'm just going to roll something as an encouragement to go hit his GoFundMe, and you can sort of hit that as hard as we can here. All right, so let's just let's roll. Here we go. It's just processing. The joys of StreamYard here. All right, so we've got a little trailer here for his GoFundMe. As soon as it loads. There we go. All right, so here is going to be my encouragement for a couple of things. Get his GoFundMe going. And the other thing is that Pixie, who is the Crap Goth on YouTube, go hit her channel as well. Give her a subscribe. Check her out. She talks about all sorts of things, including the difficulties of this whole situation, and I just can't imagine. So, all right. I like to think he'd have. So yeah, lots of stuff on the go. It's been a busy week in news, and part of the news is about the news. Yeah, go check that out. But I think he'd have appreciated the ending on that one. So uh, one of the things a lot of people have been asking me about is C18. That's a Canadian bill, and so what C18 is all about is this idea of the government wants to fund Canadian news sites. And the way they want to do it is not by the usual means that government funds stuff. The usual means that government funds stuff is, they tax you and then they pay the money. In this case, they don't want to do that. What they want to do instead is that they want to force Google and Meta. Meta is the company behind Facebook. They want to force them to pay money, like to negotiate how much money they have to pay in order to continue linking to news. So, and what I mean by linking to news is that they're required to negotiate for the use of news links, but they're not required to do that if they stop linking the news. So if they don't link to news sites at all, then they're no longer covered by that bill. And somebody was asking what I'm drinking. I'm drinking a canned Moscow Mule, which they've called a vodka mule because I don't know. I swear these things used to say Moscow Mule. I think they may have renamed them just because of a certain conflict on the go. So, what is it? So, this is creating a bit of tension because the government is currently very upset because the response to this whole thing is saying is that Meta and Google have said, okay, if we have to pay these people money for linking, then we're going to stop linking to news sites. And that has news organizations freaking out because previously they were calling Google thieves. They were saying that they're thieves and Meta are thieves and that, they're pirates, not the good kind of pirate. So that's what they were saying about them beforehand. This linking is thievery. They're stealing stuff. And instead, what we're hearing now is that, oh, well, it's also terrible if they stop linking to things. Like, pick a road. Pick a, pick a route there as to which one you want to do. So this is the problem. And the government has basically said we're certain that Google and Meta are going to cave. I wouldn't be so certain on that. They point to Australia and they say in Australia they folded. So and they might be able to do this where they link to news sites but make the links inactive. We might also see people starting to do things like posting links with like spaces in them so that they get broken up and not processed as links. But they're saying that, like, hey, listen, they folded in Australia, so they're going to do it in Australia. The problem is that the Canadian one is so much worse. So the Canadian one actually includes a provision, so they have to negotiate with with these news organizations and come up with a deal. But you might be thinking, how what happens if they can't come up with a deal, right? And I mean, there's going to be a lot of difficulty in terms of coming up with the deal. Somebody's asking, this is just a Canada thing? Yes, for now. But expect them to try something similar in the US. 100% expect them to try something similar. So if they can't come up with a deal, which is what I'd expect to see happen, because um, Google and Meta quite properly recognize that linking to stuff is valuable. Like if I want to get Meta to share out links to this video, right? To share out links to this channel, I have to pay them money, and it's not super cheap. It's actually, you got to pay them quite a bit of money for that kind of advertising. Whereas if you go and have to, same thing with Google. All of this is you have to pay if you want to get linked, because those links, like getting that linking, is actually incredibly valuable. So Google might properly say, hey, listen, the proper price for us to pay for you guys getting all this free advertising and free value is $0. Or maybe we should start charging you. But the news organizations think that they should get a whole pile of money. So the news organizations are like, we want money. So obviously they're going to be in a dispute. Now, how do these disputes get settled? Because the bill requires that they come to an agreement. And so if they don't come to an agreement, each one submits to, I think what it's called is final bid arbitration, or final offer arbitration. So, which is also called baseball arbitration. So what that means is you put in your best offer and they pick one. And so the person, like the arbitrator, picks one of those. Now you got to keep in mind, the arbitrators are going to be appointed by the government. And this is the same government that's been calling Meta and Google thieves, that Meta and Google are, they've just recently compared them to Hitler, the government. So the government said that this battle that they're having with Meta and Google is like World War II. I kind of feel like it's not like World War II, because in World War II, they were killing a whole lot of people. A lot of people. So this is a dispute over money. So the government has said, listen, we consider this to be like World War II and so forth. And therefore, because it's like World War II, we are going to suspend all government advertising. Now, I mean, if I was Jewish, I'd be pretty pissed right now, because I feel that that's like a bogus comparison. But so the government has said we are cutting off all advertising with Google and Meta because it's like World War II, and we got to fight for democracy. But big asterisk on that one. The Liberal Party of Canada is not suspending advertising with Google and Meta. The Liberal Party of Canada as a party is still willing to is still going to be advertising with Google and Meta. So again, we're down to pick a lane, because I'm going to tell you, if I thought somebody was literally like the Third Reich, I would not be advertising with them at all. Even it wouldn't be like, oh, we're cutting off the public money going to them, but I'll still spend out of my own wallet. Like, my money is good enough for, like, Yeah, when you've got the Liberal Party saying our own personal money is good enough for Hitler, but like, what the heck? What happened to our world here? So, that's what's going on with Bill C-18. Our government has completely lost the plot. They have gone completely crazy. And I am, I don't know. So lots of people were, asking about that, and I got a good question here from Traveling Science Man. Is C-18 anti-freedom of expression? I actually think that C-18 has substantial impacts on freedom of expression, and here's why. Let's say um, let's say I am on Facebook, and I am on Facebook, and let's say I want to post a link to a news site because I think people should see this news site. Like, it's not me advertising. It's not that I have any connection to this news organization. It's just that I personally think that people should know this. And now Facebook is going to prevent me from posting that link. And the reason why is because of government action. So, yeah, I think that that's a substantial, substantial freedom of speech issue. So, yeah, I hope that they get just hammered with that comparison when the next election comes up. Because, are you kidding me? Like, are you kidding me? This is such a disaster. All right, now, I see somebody was saying that the fundraiser were just so the fundraiser is now up to £18,500, and somebody in the chat was saying that the new goal somebody is suggesting here is we'll say 30,000, double it up. Let's see if we can do that. So yeah, today we are also doing. And I see somebody saying trying to reach 100. Nice. Yeah, can't send a link to a news on Messenger. Yeah. Corey Richards' bond hearing today. We'll do the bond hearing as its own. We'll do its own bond. The bond hearing is its own stream. So that's not going to be tonight. Tonight is sort of our usual mix and match of topics, right? We're going to talk about a whole bunch of things. Now, I think Rob is busy and can't make it today, but we're going to do swoop. And then I'm going to show you the Rob substitute that we've got here. And it might get us knocked offline. We'll have to see. But first, let us do a swoop. And I guess I've got an alternate dog swoop as well. We can use this as a swoop potentially. That can also be a swoop. That was from the Roll of Law Lawyers and Dragons interlude. So we got two swoop options. All right. So I said that we've got a Rob substitute, and this is something one of you guys sent me. It is really funny. So we'll see. I shouldn't have any copyright issues, except that the person who posted it actually had some. They put some music in the background to try to put in copyright strikes. So hopefully we don't get struck on this one because I tried to edit that out. And they don't own the underlying video. The underlying video is court video. So let's watch this.
Is there a difference, Miss Boudreaux?
Oops, I'm watching that the wrong way, because if I do it that way, I can't actually comment on it. So let's pull this up here.
Is there a difference, Miss Boudreaux, between just zero and
the guy in the bottom right? Who does he look like? Does he look like somebody? It's like the whole thing of hey, we want Rob here. Oh, no, we got Rob at home. Like, hey, Mom, can I have Rob? No, we got Rob at home. And then Rob at home. This guy's face. And the best part is, let's just watch and see what kind of hearing this is.
The child support as of yesterday, and specifically giving him possession credit in terms of what you do with the money that's on hold.
I'm sorry, you want to ask that again?
So if I give him a possession credit, then I know what's going to happen to the money that you have on hold.
So this is a family court proceeding. This guy's a family lawyer. Just so we got, Rob the. So it's like the wish.com version of Rob. It's funny. Somebody sent that to me and I was like, what the heck? This one's actually kind of funny as well because this video, what ends up happening, that guy in the back, he was paying child support for like 6 years and he's had the kid like full time, entire like 100% custody. So what they're doing in this hearing is they're saying this guy doesn't have to pay any child support and he should get refunded any money that they haven't, that's on hold. But like this guy is like, I can't believe it's not Rob. Rob, are you in the chat? Are you in the chat? Speak up if you're in the chat. Okay, I'm not seeing any Rob here. I'm guessing Rob is busy doing other stuff. So, chat, don't tell Rob I have an idea for a prank. Because I have access to like Rob's back end of the StreamYard thing. I've got access to run so I can bring people in and out of the stream and so forth. So I am figuring that what we can do is I can try to see if this guy's willing to show up on a Friday night stream and just suddenly add him and have Rob super confused. Would that not be freaking hilarious if we could? So don't tell Rob, but yeah. Yes, and the chat, I phrased that terribly badly. I'm sorry. I've got access to the StreamYard controls. So I'm gonna try to track this guy down and see if I can arrange for a Friday Night Frenzy prank. We'll have to see. And Rob, if you don't, if you don't find out, well, then it's going to be all the funnier. All right. So, yeah, this one is a oh, I should send him a hat. I got to send him a hat. So we'll see if we can make that happen because I think that is super funny. It's we needed something lighthearted, right? He's even wearing plaid. Nice. All right. So let's swoop and there's a whole lot of stuff on the go at this point. So we can talk about all sorts of different things that have been going on in the news. And yeah, some of this is really interesting stuff. So, all right, let me hit the swoop button here. Swoop. Oh my God, that would be funny. Maybe if I talk to Rick, like if Rob is we could have like Rob's evil twin show up in a stream, and then that'll be the guy. Oh my God, that would be so funny. Somebody's saying Zora and Potter sound mad. They're not mad. They're playing around in the backyard. If you're wondering, Mrs. Runkle is she is working. She's making some furniture for the backyard. So the dogs are out there playing in the backyard, and they're having a great time. So let's talk about some interesting cases here, because I think that there are some some fun ones on the go. All right, so let me just. I'm going to see if I can pull this one up in the actual case as well as the news story. So this is going to be. I doubt it's reported because it's a small claims court matter. Yeah, doesn't look like it's reported at all. All right, so let's bring up the news story. Because I think this is an interesting case due to the legal issues involved. Boom. There we go. All right, so this one is Nova Scotia sex worker wins in small claims court. So what happens here is that this woman is, she's a sex worker, and she agreed to provide companionship services, which is a euphemism, to a man named Bradley Samuelson. Bradley Samuelson of downtown Halifax. Just so you know, if you don't pay for things that you do, you might end up with your name, Bradley Samuelson of downtown Halifax, being reported in the news. Bradley Samuelson of downtown Halifax. So she was going to provide services at $300 an hour. And so she arrived. He gave her his bank card to withdraw money from the account, and the card didn't work. So she apparently, now this is odd because most often people are getting paid in advance. I don't know why she wasn't getting payment in advance, but she wasn't. So Bradley Samuelson of downtown Halifax told her he would pay her, and then finally paid her $300, which left a balance of $1,800 that he owed. So at that point, Bradley Samuelson of downtown Halifax refused to pay, and she sued him. And Bradley Samuelson of downtown Halifax took that to court. Now, his argument at this point was that he says, listen, this is an illegal contract. And the principle that he's arguing is that you can't make contracts for crime. So, for example, if I am engaged in, let's say, let's not use me as an example because this is a bad example, but let's say Zora, if she was a person, decided to start selling drugs. And so she agrees that she's going to deliver a kilo of heroin to some other person for a certain amount of money. Now, she delivers the heroin and doesn't get the money. She can't actually go to court to sue for the money for that heroin because the courts will say, listen, this is crime. We don't enforce things for crime. Now, the problem with this is this gets complicated because Canada has a weird principle around sex work, which is that it is not illegal to sell sex. It is, however, illegal to buy sex. So only half of that transaction is illegal. So in particular, so she's not committing a crime. He's committing a crime. That's the only sort of thing. So he's saying, like, listen, because I was committing a crime in this, in this contract, then I don't have to pay. So you can see that the argument here is that Mr. Bradley Samuelson of downtown Halifax is arguing that because he was committing a crime, he shouldn't have to pay the money. And so what the judge decided is, no, pay the money. Pay the money. And so he had to pay $1,800 plus interest and costs. And he did. On May 24th, he apparently got that all squared away. But that is, that's sort of the long and short of it. So this is a big decision because now it means that a lot of people may get, maybe opened up to being sued if they fail to pay their sex workers, which, again, you don't want to be like Bradley Samuelson of Halifax, because if you are, then you might end up with a reported decision that, doesn't go so well for you. Nobody really wants to be getting national attention for that sort of thing. So, yeah, I think that's an interesting case. I think it's a good case there. And what is it? That is that's a good one at that there. Now, I also see somebody was saying that that's not weird. It's awesome. It is not awesome. And I'll tell you why it's not awesome. Not re-victimizing potential victims as many sex workers start out trafficked. I love it and wish the USA would do the same. I like the not charging sex workers part. That part makes sense. I just think that it should be both sides of the transaction are legal if it's legal. And the reason why is because so much stuff around sex work is still illegal that it makes it very difficult and dangerous for sex workers. So the not awesome part is that they still charge people because it still means that everything else is secretive. Now, I see since it's illegal to buy sex and he admitted to doing that, is he being prosecuted for that? Probably not. And the probably not is because I doubt he admitted it outside of the courtroom. And his admissions in the courtroom would be protected. They can't use that, they can't use that against him in that aspect. So yes, not loving that it's illegal at all, but I love that sex workers aren't being re-victimized 100%. And I see sex work itself is dangerous for sex workers. It's a drug-ridden, degrading, horrible industry. So is working as a line cook at a restaurant. But I can tell you, one of the things that have made that makes things a lot safer is things being legal. Because if things are legal, then they can do things like hire security. And they can do things like, band together and make like an establishment that is a safe place, which the current laws in Canada prevent. There are various industries. I can tell you the porn industry is not a great industry. Like there's all sorts of problems with it. But the porn industry used to be so much worse. And by so much worse, I mean it used to be absolutely awful. It got a lot safer for people when it was legalized. So I'm not a big fan of the government trying to tell people that, banning things that they want to do, especially when the people harmed by it are basically the people who are, involved in it. So, yeah. And I see poor guy, no other girl will touch him now. I mean, if they do client checking and anything like that, his name is going to come up. But yeah, when it's legal, they test for STDs regularly. Yep. It cuts down on a lot of the exploitation because you get it being run by like just businesses rather than like biker gangs. And I'll tell you, it's a lot safer to work for, a business than it is to work for a biker gang. All right. So let us do a swoop and then I will read some super chats. I have I have what is it? We've got this going on. If we want to, what is it? If we want to play, we have this the wheel of the hot sauce roulette. So I see line cook, bad analogy, Ian. I can tell you that people are injured all the time in kitchens, and the amount of drug use that happens in kitchens is insane. And also, line cooks get screwed. You've got the wait staff who are making big money on tips. The line staff get paid crap. So yeah. All right. So let's see where we are at. Nanner, thank you very much for the new membership. Much appreciated. Vez from Quebec. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Yeah, we're it's a sad day. Where are we at on the fundraiser? 19,000 pounds. I know that can go higher. Chrissy G, thank you for the new membership. Much appreciated. Ryan Man YYC, promised myself I was never going to donate to GoFundMe again. Today I broke my promise with no regrets. Yep. I know there's a lot of people who don't like GoFundMe, but they do a good job. I like this as an idea. Make the hot sauce roulette for Corey donations every 500 pounds. Yep, we'll do that. Every 500 pounds that we hit, we'll do another donation there. What is it? Runkle, to be fair, bikers are some of the best people you'll ever meet. Bikers, yes. Biker gangs, no. There is a big difference there. Like, bikers are no problems with that. But you don't want to mess with like the Hells Angels or, whatever else. Will I be going to the funeral? That is, you know what? I'm not interrupting Pixie in her grief right now. If she wants me there, I will try to move heaven and earth to get there. But we just got to see. Thank you for the much needed Monday stream. Yeah, I think I kind of felt like we needed to hang out and just spend some time today. Question, are we going to get another murdery cuddle toy adventure at some point, Ian? It was so great. I feel like we have to. Lots of people love that one, so I feel like we got to do that again. Ryan Man YYC, a better racket for a dog is cash to not alert on your vehicle at a traffic stop. Nice. All right, so let me just see. Somebody is saying something about they want to make sure I catch something, but I didn't see what that was. I see. So we've got some member chats here as well. Amanda Wagstaff, to honor our beloved captain. Yeah. Jen Edwards, please thank everyone for helping me this weekend. Yes. Jen Edwards she was running up against some tough life circumstances. She'd been temporarily out of work. She was up against needing to pay a bill, like her rent. So we got together and made sure that she could get her rent paid. So that was important. So Pants, I see 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. That's much appreciated. And there we go. And Kelly's Corner, biker gangs don't offer insurance plans. That is correct. All right, so I said we'd do every 500 pounds. I'm pretty sure we're at 500 pounds. So let's go ahead. All right, let us pull this up. Give it a spin. There we go. Spinning, spinning, spinning. All right, so the winner is. And this one is actually one that Secret sent me. So a bunch of people got together and sent me, a few hot sauces. And they were sort of hot sauces from their area of the world. So Secret had sent me this one. which is the Highlanders hot sauce, which includes whiskey. So we're now. I didn't get chicken wings. I got chicken tenders, but we're going to break one of these out. I do have some emergency milk. I do have some emergency milk if we're doing that. So, and I have put an excessive amount of this by accident, but that's okay. All right. We're just going to get that good and coated. So there we go. That is our, this is our effort. So first up, Highlanders hot sauce. And it's not very hot, but it's delicious. Mmm. That is really good stuff. I don't know of another hot sauce that tastes like this exactly. I mean, it's kind of more like a savory sauce, like a Worcestershire or however. I'm not even going to try again. Sorry, folks. That's good stuff. I got to see if I can find this here in Canada, but now somebody says not hot for you would probably kill them. I don't know. I think that this one is a fairly gentle hot sauce generally. I'm going to run out of chicken just because, what do you call it? That's really tasty. We could send some to Rackets. He might drink it. I don't know if there's enough whiskey in there to really, really appeal in that sense. But he might quite like it. What is Pixie's channel called? The Crap Goth. So yeah. How do you get on the wheel? I just put a bunch of hot sauces I have on the wheel. So most of the, I put a bunch of the sauces I like there, and yeah. So yeah, it's not all of the hot sauces, but it's a bunch of them. All right. So I guess we'll keep track. So the next roll. Oh, I was gonna say the next roll is at 1950. So I was gonna say the next roll is at 1950. We've just hit 20. So I guess we'll pull up the wheel again. I guess I owe you guys 2 spins here. Oh, so the pain is good. So I'll show you guys what we're looking at here. Take the wheel down. So here we go. Raw Heat Vintage 69 hot sauce. All right. So we're going to put some of this on a plate. This is good stuff. It is, this is a little, I know this stuff is spicier. It is going to cause me a little more damage than the other one. So, being a little more careful to, on how I put it down. All right. So, got our chicken tender here. We got one very thoroughly sauced end of it. All right, let's give it a go because this one is a little more daring. Whew. All right, that one is a little hotter. Maybe I should wash this down with an emergency cinnamon red hot soda. Whew. That stuff is spicy, but it's tasty. It is good. It is good stuff. Cheers. All right, and I owe you another one because we hit that really fast. You guys put 1,000. Oh, it's up to 20. So I owe you 2 more at this point. All right, we're gonna see if we get murdered tonight. All right, everyone makes mistakes, which is my own home brand. Now, my own home brand is itself potent, and right now it doesn't have a label. So I'm still working. I haven't got the labels yet because I got to make sure I can ship it out. I'm still working on being able to get it into the States, but we're gonna put some of that down. So I also, I was at a party the other day, a friend's birthday party, and I brought some hot sauce just to, have people try it and get people's reaction and so forth. They were doing a, they had, an open bar with Caesars. So I had them throwing my hot sauce into the Caesars, and it was good stuff. All right. Did somebody just? I'm seeing some scary stuff in the chat here. Okay, you guys had me worried there. All right. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Mm. That is tasty. That is good. Not Caesar's like the salad. Caesar the drink, which often has hot sauce in it. So yeah, if I see somebody saying, "Hey, that's cheating. It's your own brand." My brand does not play around. My brand, I'm pretty sure my brand can throw down with some of these other serious sauces. I actually put mine at around the same level as the Black Garlic Carolina Reaper. Where did I set that? And that they rate themselves at 5 flames. So I'm not putting easy stuff on this list. There's some easier stuff, but that one, yeah. Let me just see if I've got that handy here. Where did I put that? Checking my drawers. There we go. The Bravado, which is 5 flames, I put it at about the same spice level as that. So it is, yeah. Yeah, if Runkle ever reaches for the milk, someone call Mrs. Runkle ASAP. I have milk in the back. So what's my own hot sauce called? Everyone Makes Mistakes is the brand. That is my brand on the hot sauce. Let me see if I can find the. Do I have a copy of the label handy? I have an old version. I'll pull up an old version of the label. It's been refined since then, but it'll just show you the sort of basic layout. It's been improved since this, but let me pull up the basics. So you can see the image and the. So this is an old version of the label, but that's going to be the label for the basic level. The other one is the other one's even hotter. So it's I don't actually have my hotter variety on the wheel today. All right, now I think I owe you guys another spin, and I just accidentally clicked it, so we're gonna share it real fast. All right. Poirier's Louisiana style. There we go. Poirier's Louisiana style. That is this. Somebody saying, what was the prompt for the label? I don't know. I'll have to check. Did I get Scoville results? No, it was going to be stupid expensive. So I did not. All right, we're going to slurp some of that down. Where do they rate this? So they got their rating system here. Mild to medium to hot to extra hot. This one they put at a medium. So yeah, it's not too bad. It's got vinegar, cayenne peppers, celery, red habanero, sea salt, garlic, canola oil. I'm really interested in the celery. That's not a common ingredient, but yeah. All right, here we go. That is tasty. So that is not going to kill. That's not going to kill me. That I think my wife would be just fine with that. Sauce as well. But yeah, that is good stuff. All right, let's see if I owe you guys another one here. Nope, we are. So we're at 27.49. All right. So that means we can do a swoop and move on to another thing there. UFC fighter Dustin Poirier's brand. Really? That's amazing. How stupid expensive for Scoville rating? They wanted like $500, I think. I'll have to check to do it in Canada. It was like, I think I could do it for like $80 in the States. But at the end of the day, I'm just like, that's a hassle. So I may have to do the one in the States, but yeah. The one in Canada just unfortunately was not competitive at all. All right. That sounds like it needs to go in a Bloody Mary. That would be amazing. That would be amazing in a Caesar. What is the GoFundMe for? That's for Captain Corey's funeral expenses. So, yeah. All right. So, let us do a swoop, and then we'll talk about another story here. Jack Swoop. I think that's a good swoop. I made that just for the thing, but we're gonna keep it. We are gonna keep it, just because I want to. All right, so let us look at another fun story. Sometimes the fun stories aren't actually that fun, but here we go. This one is exceptional. High likelihood that hundreds of Connecticut State Police troopers falsified thousands of traffic tickets, auditor says. What happened is that they were falsifying tens of thousands of traffic ticket records over the much of the past decade. So they were creating false tickets. 4 troopers were creating false tickets. And so they were saying that they created, or that they were submitting infraction records that were likely false or inaccurate. They found that there was a high likelihood that at least 25,966 tickets were falsified between 2014 and 2021, and another 32,500 showed significant inaccuracies, and many of those may be false as well. So, and they say that it was extremely conservative because they were applying very low standards for this. And so, yeah. Now, why were they doing it? What was the idea behind fake tickets? Why would they put fake tickets into their report? Well, the reason why they were putting fake tickets, it was, believed here, is that they were making fake tickets that were assigned to white people. It was white people that they were faking as getting tickets. So, why would they do that? Well, the reason why is because they're being tracked as to whether or not they are disproportionately enforcing against non-white people. So, because their numbers were not great, they were apparently faking up some extra white people to make it look like they were doing things evenly. Which means that it's not like, that you're saying, hey, we know we're doing a racism and we know so thoroughly that we're willing to do crime to cover for our racism. And yeah, that's just exceptional. So how did they find this out? Well, they looked at two different records. So the one record that they were looking at was the police record, right? The internal systems that are used for tracking all of this stuff. But then they compared it against the second record, and that second record is the judicial record. This is the record of tickets that actually got to court. And because they're fake tickets being issued to fake people, they're not actually being sent off to court. So when this auditing group looked at these two databases should match up perfectly, right? Every ticket that is issued and is issued, like is noted as issued in the police records, should also be noted as issued in the judicial records, right? Every one of them should be making it to court. But they weren't. And, somebody's noting maybe white people drive better and they couldn't make the numbers. Here's the thing. If that's the thing, like if your issue is, hey, we're just doing more enforcement because one group is committing more road offenses, then you just stand behind that, right? You just stand behind that. You don't, but you just say, hey, we enforced and this is like the level that we got to. But in this case, they were going to hide it, right? They were trying to cover it up. And like, if I'm doing my best to just be a decent, honest cop, I don't also then turn around and start faking stuff up to cover for it, right? So that is, that's a problem. Yeah, just stand by your work. If you're doing good work, it is what it is, right? The faked records were much more often reported as white drivers and much less as Black or Hispanic drivers. And so that's a big deal there. Now, you might be wondering, hey, what happened to these cops? I think some of the cops have had different aspects. So each of the four troopers apparently has been hit with what they call an intentional act of deception, using their own position or using their position for their own benefit and misuse of state equipment, which can result in them being fired. One of them got a 10-day suspension and a 2-day suspension, and they were transferred to new units. And two of the others retired as the investigations began, so they were able to dodge discipline. And those two, when they retired, they got to collect their pensions. So one of them is on a pension, or two of them they've noted are on $70,000 pensions, and the other one retired in 2021 and is on an $83,500 a year pension. One of them, the guy who got the 10-day suspension, was later arrested for fraud. Fraud's a big deal, especially for a cop, because it's a crime of deception. He's pled not guilty, but so he's waiting. His court case is pending. he is still a cop, apparently, and getting paid $111,000 a year. So still a cop. But the fraud allegation, and again, this is just an allegation at this stage, but they allege that he was continuing to run a business while, so he's got his side hustle going on while he was out on disability for the state police. So he goes to the state police and says, I can't work. You guys have to put me as still, on disability. And then while doing that, he was also working. That's fraud, right? That's straight up fraud. So, yeah. How was my gameplay test? I didn't actually get it onto the table. So it still has yet to hit a table. We can talk about that a little bit there. Are any of them still or not still a cop? Some of them retired. So they're collecting cop pensions, but they're not a cop anymore. So, yeah. That's a fun one. That's now here's the bad thing. Let's say this guy gets convicted of fraud, right? Fraud is a crime of deception. And deception is a really bad thing. Because if a cop is willing to engage in deception in court documents and so forth, if I'm an accused, if I'm a person sitting in jail because of this guy's testimony, I have some thoughts if this guy got convicted on deception. Those thoughts are, let me the F out, because how do we know that this guy's testimony is not hot garbage? I would want, if I was a defense lawyer and this guy gets convicted of fraud, I'd be pulling all of my old records and going and saying, hey, which of my clients were convicted based on this guy's testimony? And maybe I should send them a letter going, hey, do you want to try to appeal this? So years back, the town next to mine had a number of cops that would steal lobsters from local restaurants after hours. That's an impressive kind of crime. So, although I like crab better. Crab is just straight up better. Sorry to the lobster fans. Although I will say I did end up having a lobster roll that blew my mind from a food truck. So that was amazing. So let's do a swoop, and then I'll read some of these super chats and membership and so forth, and we'll see where we're at on our roulette here. This is Team Crab. Yes, that is the way to go. Lobster is life. Crab is better. I don't like any seafood. Lobster is easier to eat. It is easier to eat, but crab is just, I think it's a better thing. All right. So Paladin Phil stopping in after donating to Captain Corey's fund. Thank you very much. Angie Torres, thank you very much for 10 gifted memberships. And Canonical Heat, thank you for 20 gifted memberships. Canonical Heat says, better late than never. My only excuse was tacos. I repeat, tacos. That is an excellent excuse. I will never fault you for tacos. Casey Cat, get ready. It's at $29.89. Oh, fair enough. Jan, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Canonical Heat, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. And we will get to the video. Don't worry. The people waiting on that. We covered that one before. James Randolph, the U.S. just won up your case, I think. Quote, acquitted Texas man who shot prostitute after she refused sex was just protecting himself from theft. What? What? I am trying to throw that into Google because that seems wrong to me. That's crazy. Pink Stitcher, I'm a dominatrix. I always take my money up front. Yeah. It's an area where there's a lot of people who will criminally offend. So, especially because they know that a lot of sex workers are going to be reluctant to to call police because the police haven't always been the best there. Oh, I see. That's a 2013 story. Okay, fair enough. That's still crazy, but at least we've if we got to dig back 10 years, that's probably so. Scorpion, thank you very much for the new membership. Much appreciated. Amber, yay for hot sauce. I always say yay for hot sauce. Hot sauce is one of my favorite things. Piece of the puzzle, a drink to farewell the captain sailing his final ship. Yeah, we're gonna miss him. How's your hot sauce logistics going? I gotta follow up and say like, hey man, can you do the form? Can you just sell the first batch in Canada if the export stuff is still an issue? Yes, but I'd have a lot of my American fans who were upset if they didn't get a chance to be in there. Marion S., just for your empathy, being an angel for Captain Corey and knowing to be helpful to people who are grieving and feel sad. You make people laugh like Corey did. Thank you. Thank you. That comparison is high praise. So thank you. Paul Tercier, thank you very much for the membership here. Pants, thanks for streaming in and your eloquent summary of and tribute to Corey. It's nice to have you all tonight. Thank you very much, Pants, and thank you for being here. Rhineman YYC, so moving violations affirmative action. Except it was just fictional people. Banana Boubert, as a proud American, I'm so happy my tax dollars are helping pay for bad cops to violate the law. Thanks, police department corruption. Yeah, I mean, it's our money. I see you got the Buldak Black Cup Ramen. You'll be fine with it. Hot but tolerable. The red cup 2 times. The brutal stuff. I enjoy it, but not for most. I tried one of the Black Cup, and it was actually kind of weak tea. So I'm trying to get a hold of the red to do that. And I see we are at another spin because we've hit 21K here. So let me pull up our spinning wheel. What's it going to land on here? And here for years, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. I wasn't sure if we'd land on this one or if it would still be before spicy time. So I had to edit out I had to edit down the name. Let me find that bottle amongst my collection of bottles here. Somebody sent this to me. It is literally called. Yeah, let me just. All right, so let me pull this down so I can show you the bottle. Strategic hand placement on that one. So yeah, we're gonna do this one. Nicholas Starro, I kind of told Andy Signor you were doing hot sauce for every 500 pounds. Sorry, not sorry. Hey, if it gets people donating, then that's a good thing. All right, so you can see I haven't actually tried this one. The labels or the plastic wrap is just coming off. So what do we have in here? Vinegar, water, tomato base, apple cider vinegar, sea salt, pecan pepper or pequin pepper. I'm not sure which that is. Dehydrated garlic, modified cornstarch, dehydrated onions, spice. So this one is entirely. Oh, and somebody says, "Where's that made?" I don't know if you can read that. Manufactured in Edmonton, Alberta, and there's a Canada flag. So this is a Canadian hot sauce manufactured by somebody who does not like our current PM. Let's see how this does. Okay. All right, we're gonna sauce up another of these tenders, and you can see I'm not going halfway on the saucing here. All right. Okay. I'd put this one at about 3 out of 5 on the heat scale. So I mean, it's not too hot, but it's actually quite tasty. So I was worried that it would be a novelty sauce and that it would taste like hot trash water. It does not. The F. Trudeau sauce actually tastes really good. So yeah. I see. What would adding maple do to a hot sauce? Changes the flavor. Why doggos angry? They're not. The doggos are playing with each other in the backyard. They're having a good time. So yeah, that's not too bad. That's a very approachable edible hot sauce. So all right, we were at 21,322, so we're a little bit out from the next round of this one. Somebody asked, do I have this is a good question. Where was that question? I missed tagging it. Here we go. Do you have a whole desk drawer of hot sauce? Yes. Yes, I do. I also have so I got hot sauce sitting in drawers. I've got what is it? Hot sauce up on a shelf. I have a lot of hot sauce. I have a lot of hot sauces everywhere I go. So my wife is like, "Why do you have so many hot sauces?" And I'm like, "Because they're delicious." Could the hot sauce also refer to the current PM's father? I think that they probably are referring to both. Storage requirements for hot sauce. Storage requirements are really dependent on the hot sauce. Some of them are shelf stable, some of them are not. So the ones that are shelf stable, literally you can just put them in a shelf. The ones that are not shelf stable have to go in the fridge. Somebody says, do I have more hot sauce or bladed weapons? I have more hot sauces. So, yeah. Have I tried Lucky Dog hot sauce? They've been on Hot Ones, are privately owned by a super nice guy, and are made in small batches. I have not. If I ever get enough hot sauce together, maybe it'd be great to try to get that on the Hot Ones challenge. But what is it? I don't know. People keep telling me I need to do the Hot Ones challenge, and I'm like, I am not famous enough by a long stretch. Yeah, that is not likely anytime soon, although much as I'd love to do so. All right, so I see Here for Years. Thank you very much for 10 gifted memberships. Brentwood Chic. Thanks, Ian, for encouraging us to donate to Corey. Corey was the best. Just a truly generous person. In a situation like, he sort of knows he's at the end of his life. He knows that he's got this attention. He could absolutely have just been like thinking only of himself, and nobody would have judged him for it at all. But instead, he was thinking of all the people around him, and that is amazing. Roxy Chick 06, thank you for being an amazing person, Runkle. Thank you very much. I had somebody was asking, can we watch the video of him opening the leather play button? We are not going to do that on this stream, and the reason why is because that you should watch that on his stream, not on mine. So you should that's where you should watch that. Watch his videos, and that help keep his channel going, all of that. I see hot sauce manufacturers are paying a nice bunch of money to get on that show, increases sales, but you need to be able to manufacture to meet the demand too. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me that they pay money to get on that show. Some of the sauces on that show are good. Some of the sauces on that show are so bad. Cholula is not terribly hot. I put it on like ketchup. But you should see if you can get Uncle Dunkle's wood-fired chili sauce from New Zealand. I should. How would I do that? I should see how that's possible. All right, I'm going to hit a refresh on the the fundraiser. It is at the same place, but let's do another swoop, and then I will show you something terrible. It's really bad, but it'll be funny, I hope. All right. So why is this terrible? Well, so I if you've been watching my subscriber numbers, they're going down, and that happens, right? Stuff goes up, stuff goes down. But so I was like, hey, maybe I should try to change up my game a little bit. Maybe I should go and hire an editor. They can make my videos a little punchier. They can, cut out where I ramble. And so I was like, okay, we'll try that. So this guy reached out to me like right after I made that decision, and the guy said, hey, I would love to edit a video for you. And I said, okay, I'll give you a shot. How much do you charge? And he said, well, I charge $30 for a long form video and $20 for a short. And I went, okay, I can like, if I get hosed on a $30 video, then oh well. But so I sent him, so the video that I did on the emoji case, like where the tractor or the farmer, I did my own edits, and then I also sent him the raw video to see what he would do with it. And somebody's saying, is that barking? Yes, the dogs are in the background. They're running around in the backyard. So I was like, let's try this out. Let's see what's going on. And so he sent me back his version. And as soon as he posted his version, I posted my version because it was bad. It says lower your membership cost. I can't remember what my membership cost is, but all right. So we're gonna watch this. You guys can tell me when you want to stop, or you can tell me maybe I'm crazy. Maybe this is a situation where I'm wrong, and he did excellent work. But I want to. Maybe we'll put up a poll first. Let me just pull up a poll. Poll. Start a poll. There we go. Opinion on video. Option number 1. Oh God. Oh God. Make it stop. Option number 2. Not so bad. Add option. Option number 3. You should keep hiring this guy. All right. We're firing that up. Firing it up. There we go. And let's roll the video here. I'm sorry, guys. I'm real sorry.
Runkle of the Bailey. My name is Ian Runkle. I'm a Canadian criminal defense
There
and
we
firearms
go.
lawyer. Today I want to talk about how a single emoji can end up costing you a lot of money. In this case, a thumbs up emoji ended up costing $82,000. This is the case of Southwest Terminal Limited and Actor Land and Cattle Limited. What happens in this case is that
Oh. Oh, and somebody says we aren't going to deliberately embarrass this guy. I'm not posting his name or anything. But yeah, let's keep going.
Southwest Terminal is a buyer of grains, and they wanted to buy some flax. In fact, they wanted to buy quite a lot of flax, 87 metric tons. They
I haven't
reached out
watched
to a
the whole
company
thing,
that they'd had previous business dealings with, Actor Land and Cattle, and they engage in some negotiations. They want to buy this flax. Now, it's April that they start having these discussions, but they want to take delivery of the flax in November. And so part of this agreement is that they wanted to arrange a set price for this. They wanted to decide on a price in April, and then that would be the price that they'd pay in November. So the price they proposed was $669.26 per ton, which was sort of the going rate at the time in April. So after they've had these discussions, they end up sending a contract over to Actor Land and Cattle. And Actor Land and Cattle responds with a single thumbs up emoji. That's what they send back. Now, Southwest Terminal thinks that they've got an agreement here. They think that.
So we're not going to watch. I mean, this thing's 8 minutes, so I don't know if people want to watch the whole thing. But I mean, he actually cut down. So let me tell you what I cut down. I like the edits I made on mine where I cut the initial bit because I always sort of start recording, look, wait about a 5 count, and then start talking. I cut that out, right? Later on, at the end of it, I cut out the end because I finished talking, wait a beat, stop recording. Because if I just finish talking and immediately reach to stop recording, then you see me like, thanks for watching, right? And it doesn't, yeah. So it's not like, I'm just wondering because he cuts out like half-second moments, and those half-second cuts just make it look like there's this big jump. So that's not fantastic, but what is it? So the jump cuts are painful. And the what do you call it? The emojis. The emojis. What can I say about the emojis other than please don't stop, or please don't keep going. Please don't do those, because like the pop every time there's an emoji that's coming in. I watched this and I was like, I can't use this. I cannot do anything with this video. So we had a follow-up discussion. The follow-up discussion on this one was, so I go and, I say, hey, I've got the work. I've sent you the money. So I send him the money. I send him the $30. And so he gets the money, and then he reaches out. And again, I'm not giving you his name, anything like that. Like, I'm not trying to destroy this guy's life. It's just, whatever. But I send him the $30, and he says, that's great. Like, thanks for the money, but why didn't you use my video? And I said, well, because it was awful. And so he sent back something. He said, like, a little bit rude. And I was like, yeah, but you got your $30 and for a video that I can't use. So, like, let's call it even here. And he's like, fair enough. So I will give the guy, I'll give the guy entire, like, full credit for, being reasonable about that. But I can't use his video. I just can't use his video. I do some audio cleanup, and the audio cleanup is really simple. The audio cleanup is just basically I just normalize the volume. But yeah. Somebody says, I would have just said I didn't like it. Yeah, I mean, it was bad. I thought about, like, I was trying to figure out how to do constructive criticism, and I'm just like, I don't really know what to say other than just every edit you made feels wrong, is what it comes down to. So that's yeah. So I mean, he got his money. I tried it out, and we'll go from there. All right, I'm gonna pull this down because the sense I'm getting is that people don't want to watch the whole thing. So I'm going to close the poll here. And yeah, the winner on that one by a long stretch was, oh God, make it stop. So yeah, it felt cheesy. So and I think the guy's probably starting out, and sometimes the best criticism you can get is just like, no, sorry. So, especially if you're doing that for money, if you're not offering value for service, and that was not value. Now I am seeing people are telling me that I am, that I am behind. We are now at 21,770. So that means 21,770, which means that we are going to hit the wheel. Yeah, I don't know which channels that would be. Poirier's Creole Maple. All right. So, now people were saying that this guy is a UFC fighter who got into this. That's impressive because these are actually pretty good, the ones I've had. So, this one is rated a little hotter. You can see how the last one was the medium. This one scales up to the hot. Shake well, gluten-free. All right, we're going to give this a go. I'm actually quite impressed because if this guy is a UFC fighter, but he clearly actually likes his hot sauces. So props to him. Props to him. Nikki, I get what you're saying, but at the end of the day, he's charging money for it. And if you're charging money for something, you got to do better work. That's just the long and short of it. It might be a little crappy to say that the guy who, fixed your car did a bad job if your car doesn't run at the end of it, but I ended up with a product I paid for and I can't do anything for it. So, all right, here we go. I should reach out to the guy. He does good hot sauce. That is quite a bit hotter than the other one. I'm not like reaching for milk kind of hot, but it is. It's got good flavor to it. So I like that. I can say that one is probably. My wife would not want it, like smeared onto a thing the same way, the same way I just did. But it's a good hot sauce. It's somebody says, what's the Scoville scale on this one? It doesn't have a Scoville scale printed on it, but it's just they list it as hot. So it's a good hot sauce. That's sort of all I can say is I think it's a good one. I should totally do a top 10 hot sauces review. So yeah. All right. Let's see. Ingredients. Yes, we can go through. So distilled vinegar, aged cayenne pepper, maple syrup, celery, chipotle and adobo. Nice. Red habanero, sea salt, garlic, canola oil, Smoke and Ed's ghost pepper powder, spices, sage, thyme, rosemary. So again, you'll notice a theme, which is all of these really good ones are ones that don't mess around with extracts, because extracts are gross. And yeah. All right, so let's talk a bit about another story here. Most strange hot sauce ingredient. Ooh, I don't know. The turmeric one I've got here is actually that's interesting. So it's actually quite good too, the turmeric one. So yeah. All right. Let us. Yeah, and I'm definitely not. What is it? I'm definitely not like listing this guy's name or anything like that. He might get better. He might get really good. So yeah. I see Steph is streaming and mentioned that you're doing the hot wings for Corey. Awesome, but Mrs. Runkle is on hand if it goes awry, right? I can tell you, Mrs. Runkle is about like 20 feet that way, and what is it? Mrs. Runkle is also probably not necessary on this one. Now I'm just seeing somebody said that the Liberals are backing down on C18. That is, that's interesting. Ooh, Michael Geist has some stuff on this. Let's pull this up. This is just interesting aspects. All right. And somebody's saying, what are extracts? So extracts are basically to get capsaicin, like to add the heat to something, there's two ways to do it. One is to use hotter peppers, and the other way to do it is to like use stuff where they've done chemical extraction of the actual capsaicin. The chemical extraction tastes awful. So yeah. All right. So let's see what we're looking at here. Oh, this is nice. Dustin Poirier is an all-around good dude. Also has a charity called The Good Fight, helping the local community. Also beat Conor McGregor twice. Damn. Okay, I'm gonna reach out and just say, hey, I love your hot sauce. All right. So, because I mean, two hot sauces there, and they're both really good. So, yeah. All right. So, caving on Bill C-18, government outlines planned regulations that signal willingness to cast aside core principles of the Online News Act. Interesting. What are they saying? They released a next steps document and the specific language that says they would establish a financial threshold for contributions to sustainability to the Canadian news marketplace. Threshold would be based on a platform's estimated Canadian revenues and would be specific to each platform and their position within the news marketplace. Okay, so that'll tell us, like, is Reddit included? Like, what else is there? Reaffirm language from the Act that non-monetary offerings to news organizations, such as training or other products, be included in the CRTC's evaluation of exempted criteria. Interesting. Consider existing agreements that the digital platforms have reached with news businesses, provided they reflect the criteria outlined in Section 11 of the Act. Provide clarity on what constitutes a significant portion of independent local news businesses, Indigenous news outlets, and official language minority community news outlets, and provide more details on the thresholds. So they can. So this is not a huge cave; it's a little cave. I don't think that you're going to see Google and Meta agreeing based on this, because one of the things that Google and Meta have said is an absolute red line for them is the baseball arbitration, because that just puts them in a position to lose way too much. So I don't think that they're going to budge on that. So but they looking at this. So they're saying, third, the role of the CRTC as independent arbiter is basically eliminated by government with these regulations. The commission is supposed to determine what is needed to qualify for an exemption from final for arbitration. If these regulations take this structure, the government is telling the CRTC what spending is needed to obtain an exemption, and its role is limited largely to being a bean counter. Okay, then that might get it settled. So, yeah. We'll have to see on that one. I see somebody saying it would need to be hockey arbitration. Yeah. Oh, and guys, we hit another bing. We hit another bing. So we are going to do the Bing thing. Hey, I can't complain about this one. I love this one. The Highlanders hot sauce is good. So I should almost just count this one as a freebie. This one feels like cheating because it's just so good. And it's not at all going to kill me or anything like that. It's just super tasty. There. Whoop, let me remove that so you can see me. Good and smeared up. That is really good. Somebody's saying Highlanders used to be called Scotch Bonnet. I bet they had to rename it because now there's a Scotch Bonnet pepper, and people would think that that pepper is in there. I see Secret is haunting the stream today in a good way. Yeah, we're doing a spin every 500 pounds. So we're doing a, we're hitting the spices there. Somebody asked me to show the video again. Do you guys want to see that again? Tell you what, I'll roll that video again at the next. Once we hit the next sort of, once we hit the next sauce thing, then I'll roll it again. So I'm going to blackmail you guys with that. All right. So there is another story, and this is a Canadian bail story, which kind of warms my heart here. And I see, yes, Secret is blessing the stream today. That I like. I like that phrasing a little better. All right. Maybe see who produces the hot sauce for that UFC fighter if it's in the U.S. That's not a bad idea. All right. I see. Can we have just an unlisted link for it in the description? I'll give you guys an unlisted link for it later. Let me just pull up something here. So there we go. We got it embiggened a bit. Vindication, Justice of the Peace, who criticized bail system in National Post column, reinstated by the appeal court. So what happened is that Julie Lauzon was removed from the bench as a Justice of the Peace. And Justice of the Peace run bail. They run a bunch of other things. But she was removed from the bench after she wrote an article basically critiquing the bail system and saying, and in particular, she critiqued also some Crown prosecutors. So the Crown prosecutors then turned around and filed a complaint, which got her yanked from office. Now, as a result of that one, they what is it? I see. Will you be gracing us with your presence at Freedom Fest in Memphis this week? No, because I didn't know Freedom Fest existed, so I'm afraid not. If you play that video again, you'll be violating everyone's Eighth Amendment right. I mean the pirate video, not the bad edit video. So they noted Lauzon is deeply committed to the improvement of the system of justice. And they said that this is possible to see Lauzon's removal from office as an instance of the successful interference by the executive branch within which Crown prosecutors function against judicial officers who take issue with the conduct of Crown prosecutors in courtrooms. Whew. So let's look at the decision, right? Because I'm a lawyer. I look at law. And so the news article is fine. I mean, it's okay. But I always like going to the actual case, right? All right. And, of course, embiggen. So this is Lauzon v. Ontario Justice of Peace Review Council. So what this is this is an appeal of the of her removal. So, overview. Her worship, Julie Lauzon, should be sitting as a justice of the peace. That she is not sitting is an injustice to be remedied. That's a strong intro on that. That's a strong intro. These reasons lay out at some length the governing principles respecting judicial discipline and their application in order to ensure that the errors made in this proceeding can be avoided in future. So this one is basically saying, hey, you guys, like lower court, you screwed up real bad. So bad that the purpose of this case is to tell everyone how not to be screwing up. Ask Viva about Freedom Fest and who is hoping to meet with you. Nobody actually told me about Freedom Fest. So if people were hoping to meet with me, I didn't hear about it. Now I see some people are commenting, her worship legal titles are funny. Yes. Justice of the peace are your worship. And Justice of the peace, it just is what it is, right? Sometimes people will, instead of calling them your worship, sometimes people will say your majesty. And your majesty is the wrong term because there's only one official in Canada who gets the term your majesty. And that's the king or queen, whichever one we have at the moment. You know, it used to be the queen. Now we've got the king. That's who your majesty is. But now it's one thing when accused, people say your majesty, but I've seen a lot of cops do it too. So yeah. Now, some people are saying, do we have freedom of speech in Canada? Yes, there is freedom of expression, which includes speech. And yeah. All right. I saw my lord the other day. That is also, they're moving away from my lord and my lady. It used to be in King's Bench. That would be the title. But now typically they're just referred to as justice because of gendering issues there. All right. So what's this? I always thought your worship was just Han Solo being sarcastic. Didn't know your worship was a real title. That's hilarious. Yeah. How much does the freedom of speech laws differ from the ones in the U.S.? They are not nearly as absolute. So I see a Canadian freedom fighter as evidence being dumped this week. Toronto lawyers compare it to Watergate, but now the U.S. is even claiming privacy foreseeable harm on an evidence of the old boy corruption. Interesting. I did not know that this convention was a thing, so I still don't know where it is or so forth. So I don't really have a way to get there. Shoot me a line. It might be possible, but I kind of doubt it. Basically, she wrote an article sharply critical of the operation of the bail courts and the conduct of some Crown prosecutors in her court, which was published in the National Post. Let me see if I can find that article. So, National Post, Julie Lauzon. And I don't want the... I don't want the ones talking about it. I want the ones, I want the original one. All right. And is this the original one? No, this link. It looks like the original one has, is not online. So, all right. Some of the things she said is she was talking about, she said that in bail court, the law goes out, talking about the law. So the law on bail is that people should be released on the least stringent conditions possible. And instead they get released on much stricter conditions all the time. So looks like I've just... I'm trying to see if that article was still It looks like that article has actually been taken down. That is really sad. So, amongst other things, she was talking about, she said, this is where the law goes out the window and cynicism and bullying kick in. She said that the Crown has the ability to consent to same-day releases or to insist on a contested bail hearing, which can be days or even weeks away. And so what that means is that if you don't agree to the conditions the Crown is asking for, you might be stuck in custody for like 2 weeks. And so she explained that people will agree to anything to avoid going to jail. I've seen alcoholics and drug addicts accept a condition of abstinence. I've seen homeless people promise $1,000 to the court. If they breach that condition, they're basically agreeing to pay that money. I've also seen men cry because, in order to be freed, they agreed not to see their children on account of allegations made by the mother, of which the children played no part. So, she was basically saying that there was bad behavior going on. And yes, I'll have to track it down in the way back. The original article was linked at the break. I followed the link. The original link doesn't seem to actually go there. So I'm just... is it still? Oh, here it is. There it is. Thank you. Thank you, guys. She's talking about all of this. Unless the prosecutor shows why certain conditions are necessary, the JP is to release the person with a simple undertaking or promise. He or she will return for the next court appearance. But here in Ottawa, generally speaking, the JP will be told that the person is being released and provided the list of conditions that has already been typed into the system. Pity the JP who dares to ask for a justification of those conditions. It is the JP's legal responsibility to ensure that the conditions placed on a person's bail are reasonable, lawful, and appropriate. This is also reflected in the fact that the JP and the accused sign the release document, not the prosecutor or the accused lawyer. Without sufficient justification for these conditions, individuals are to be released without them. So, this is, she criticizes a lot of stuff. And some of her criticism is pretty harsh. She says, I have had, as a result of my interpretation of bail law, I've, in recent years, had a prosecutor turn his back to the court and tell all the defense lawyers that all deals were off the table as long as I was presiding. Now, somebody should be facing punishment for that. But it should be the lawyer. It should be the prosecutor who did that. That is, like, if I was a JP or a judge and a prosecutor did that, I can tell you that prosecutor would be getting backdoored. And backdoored in this is slang not for the thing you're thinking of. It's slang for leaving out the back door of the courtroom, because there's a door that leads to, like, the rest of the courthouse, which is where you want to be. And there's a door at the back towards there's the door at the back where the judge goes, but there's also a second door at the back, which is into cells. I'd be saying you are in contempt. You get to sit in the back door, and you get to stay there until, stay in cells until you're ready to, to deal with that. Because, that would be serious. Pack your, bring a toothbrush. So more recently, I had a prosecutor scream at me and basically throw a temper tantrum after I questioned certain conditions. Also inappropriate. So I've also had a prosecutor ask that I recuse myself from all bail hearings, giving my interpretation of bail law, which is also, by the way, this interpretation of bail law is also the Supreme Court's interpretation. So between forced, rushed video appearance, a lack of respect for the JP bench, and the absence of the rule of law in this court, I can no longer call it a court of law. It is a disgrace. I'm there to administer justice. It is not my job as a JP to sign off on release documents that are unlawful. So, that's pretty harsh criticism, right? That is pretty harsh criticism. But you can see that this JP cares about the process, right? They care about the system. They care about fairness for accused persons, many of whom will at the end of the day not be convicted or not be convicted of everything that they've been charged with. And so, yeah. Okay, this is all right. So, let's go and have a further look at the case here. All right. So, and I see it sounds harsh, but I'm sure she would have been able to back up every claim with evidence. You bet. I can tell you I've seen some of the same stuff. So, all right. So she wrote that article. She sent it in, and so they had a merits decision. And so there's parts of this I agree with, and parts of it I don't. The hearing panel rightly observed that by publishing an article on issues in the bail system, a judicial officer would not necessarily be committing misconduct. Correct. Instead, the panel asserted that it was how J.P. Lawson wrote the article that constituted misconduct. They said that J.P. Lawson was under an obligation to be mindful of her role as a justice of the peace and her duties as a judicial officer to maintain the integrity, impartiality, and independence of her office while exercising her expressive rights to criticize problems in the administration of justice. So they set out the issue as whether, in publishing the article, she failed to exercise caution and restraint and thereby crossed a line in giving the appearance of bias and undermining public confidence in the judiciary. The panel criticized J.P. Lawson's use of language in the article, finding in paragraph 245 that it was not judicious or measured, but it was accusatory, insulting, inflammatory, and personal, especially regarding prosecutors, and was designed to garner maximum media attention. Well, first thing, of course, a letter to the editor is designed to garner maximum media attention, right? Because you're not writing it for no reason, right? You're not writing it because you just feel like wasting some ink. You're just like, you're writing it so people will see it. The thing about the prosecutors, the descriptions of what she the descriptions of what she was calling out would be behavior that is extremely improper for a prosecutor. So it is proper to call that out. So, yeah. So, following the disposition hearing, 2 of the panel members recommended J.P. Lawson's removal from office as necessary in order to restore public confidence in the administration of justice. The dissenting member, His Worship Justice Stinson, then a regional senior junior or justice of the peace, was the only panelist with personal experience of the courtroom pressures that justices of the peace face. He largely agreed with the majority's discussion of the disposition principles, but parted way on their application. He found that a more appropriate recommendation would be a reprimand and a 30-day suspension without pay. In his view, this disposition would drive home to J.P. Lawson the seriousness of the misconduct and would also restore public confidence in the integrity of the judiciary as a whole and in the administration of justice. And we are 2 minutes away from me saying what I want to be able to say on that. So, I see we are over. We're going to pause here. I am 2 minutes away from being able to say what I want to say on this. So, I see that the fundraiser has jumped up to another Bing. So, we are going to, I promised you guys I'd play the pirate video again. So we'll play the pirate video, and then after that, we will spin. Pirate video. I feel like he would have liked the joke at the end there. I also feel that he would want people to be still laughing at that. So, all right, and I also owe you guys a spin. So we'll spin. Oh, this is starting to feel rigged. Oh, no, it just ticked over. We got another one that we haven't done yet, at least not on this stream. So this is Los Calientes Barbacoa. And I will pull this down. Barbacoa. This is another one that I got from the Hot Ones pack. And so let us break this out here. All right. We're going through a fair bit of capsaicin today. That's a good thing. If I run out of hot sauce, we're going to call that a win. I've got way too many hot sauces to run out of, but I think I would die of capsaicin overdose before that happened. All right, so that is a good solid coating. Who made that video? I got parts of it, like the music, the stock video, several stock videos cut together with a picture. I got the bits of it. Mostly the bits of it came from Envato Elements, and I cut them together with the music. So, yeah. I can remove the item after it's been selected. So maybe I should start doing that. All right, I'm going to start removing them as they were selected. So I'm going to pull the ones that have already been drawn. There we go. And then I may have to re-enter them. I hope I don't have to re-enter them because we're getting low. All right. Be sure to throw out any napkins. Yeah, I ended up wiping my eyes with a napkin I'd wiped my hands with. So, all right. We also have another video to play because I was stalling for time. This is the video. Okay, so now I can say what I want to say about this, and that is, what the fuck are they thinking? When I read that article from Julie Lauzon, and I can tell you what she's saying, there's a lot of truth to it. So when I read that, my concern isn't that, as a member of the public, my concern isn't, hey, we got to stop this runaway justice of the peace from telling us the truth. What my concern, again, instead is, we got to solve these problems, right? If the bail system has all these issues, we got to get in and fix it. A Crown prosecutor turning their back on the court and saying all deals are off as long as this JP is sitting should not be a Crown prosecutor anymore. A Crown prosecutor, to my mind, the thing that really toilets public confidence in the integrity of the judiciary as a whole, and the administration of justice is them policing this crap. Is them stepping in to say we have to shut her up, and we have to protect these prosecutors. Sweeping problems under the rug by punishing people is, by punishing the JP for talking about it is insane. So yeah, I think that there is a concern about the integrity of the justice system, and it's the wrong way. So they determined that she committed misconduct by publishing the article in the form and the tone, and the review thing says that was reasonable. I think that is not reasonable. Parts of that article functioned as a polemic using some inflammatory language, for example, disgrace and devoid of the rule of law, that might, on one reading, be capable of undermining public confidence in the justice system. I can tell you that the stuff they're talking about is a disgrace, and it is devoid of the rule of law in the sense that the law says that these conditions have to be should only be imposed if they're proper. And if people are doing things like saying we're not going to do any bail hearings with this justice of the peace, then that is a step to undermine the rule of law. That is what that is. And so was it reasonable for the majority to recommend her removal? In my view, it was not. The penalty was plainly disproportionate. They failed to consider her Section 2 rights, and so they're going to quash this, and they're going to impose a penalty of 30 days suspension without pay. To my mind, this is the wrong call. To my mind, what I'd be saying is we're just going to reinstate her with no punishment, and we're going to investigate her like actual claims. Like, the problem is that the claims she makes reflect shocking behavior, not that the problem is that she made them. Right? Like, we got to protect our whistleblowers here because otherwise we just don't hear anything. All right. So this is reviewed under Vavilov, which is a fairly generous standard of review. It basically says that you should not overturn a verdict unless there's a very good reason to do so. And it can be a little hard to find those reasons. But, and they give a list of penalties that they can impose. Everything from removal to a warning, reprimand, order that they apologize, suspend them with or without pay. And removal from office is most serious. So it's got to be approved by the lieutenant governor and council, etc. So one of the concerns here as well is something judicial independence. Judicial independence is a principle that basically says that judges should be protected from consequences if their decisions make people upset. And so lots of people hate judicial independence. Lots of people hate that. They say, like, oh, you let this person out on bail and they turned around and they did something horrible. You should be punished. The problem is that if you start imposing that, then every judge always is going to just hit people with the harshest penalties, right? Because you're never going to get punished if you over punish somebody, but if you under punish them, then they'll be upset. Similarly, basically they shouldn't be removed except for serious misconduct stuff. All right. Now, and they note that this is a constitutional necessity, that there's various things like politicians don't have an ability to punish an individual judge. Like, if a judge pisses off a politician, there's basically nothing that they can do. Oh, and people are saying, we can't see it. There we go. Sorry about that. So, I see, didn't Ontario recently let someone out on bail who then proceeded to go and shoot a cop? He was out on warrants at that point. So he was on warrants, and the police could have arrested him at any point. The cops are blaming the court system for letting him out on bail, but he was on warrants. They could have arrested him at any stage, and they just chose not to. So that's what that one was about. And I see Corey's story has made the BBC. So, So they note here, be careful of discipline for judicial speech because it engages the core tenets of judicial independence. That is relevant here. Now, they do some additional, things here. They say So they found that she was irremediably biased against Crown attorneys. They say her worship's, this was from the original finding, her worship's misconduct and her testimony and manner in these proceedings leads to the conclusion that her ability to discharge the duties of office is irreparably compromised such that she is incapable of executing judicial office. Her worship's misconduct and refusal to accept that such conduct and attitude held by a justice of the peace toward Crown attorneys is inappropriate is so manifestly and profoundly destructive of the judicial role and the impartiality, integrity, and independence of the judiciary that public confidence requires her to be removed from office. Why are we not talking about the attitude of the Crown attorneys towards her that was, detailed there? So, yeah, they're saying that basically she would never be unbiased whenever there was a Crown prosecutor there. I'm not seeing it. So, I see. So, what is the solution to activist judges whose decisions endanger or bring others to harm? There aren't really. Every time people talk about activist judges, I don't really see a lot of that, but mostly their decisions are just following the law. If you don't like the law, then you just amend the law, right? That's how that goes, because judges are typically just applying the law. Typically, when people say activist judges, what they mean is rulings I don't like. And a lot of the time, those rulings I don't like are not, any sort of broad step. They're just following the law entirely. And even if if Parliament doesn't like the decision of a judge, they can change the law to correct it in future. All right. So, findings of the panel that are warranted on the evidence, they basically said that she was too inflammatory in her writing. They say that it was neither judicious nor measured, but was accusatory, insulting, inflammatory, and personal, and was designed to garner maximum media attention. I'm just going to note here, the overall effect of the article was such that her worship failed to uphold the dignity, integrity, and impartiality expected of the judiciary. To maintain public confidence in the judiciary, a justice of the peace must be and appear to be impartial and act with integrity. A justice of the peace must conduct his or her extrajudicial activities so that he or she does not cast doubt on his or her capacity to act impartially as a judicial officer. Her worship publicly admonished and laid blame squarely on prosecutors who appear before her in court for issues she allegedly encountered in bail court, thereby creating an apprehension that she was biased against the Crown attorneys. Finally, her worship acted in a manner that undermined public confidence in the administration of justice when she publicly asserted that the court was a disgrace and devoid of the rule of law. Justice of the peace should preserve and encourage, not undermine, respect for the judiciary and the administration of justice. So let's talk about this. When she's called, they're saying she shouldn't have called out the prosecutors. Well, who else would she call out? Do they think that that the defense counsel wanted those extra conditions? Because that's not what defense counsel do. Was it defense counsel who are threatening to adjourn matters if they don't get what they want? I don't think so. They don't have that power. It's the Crown prosecutors. She's calling out the Crown prosecutors because that's who they were. That's who was causing these issues. And further, preserving and encouraging rather than undermining respect for the judiciary and the administration of justice sometimes means calling the courts out and to say, let's fix this crap. Let's fix some broken things. I have a lot more respect for the administration of justice when it sees that there's a problem and acts to fix it, rather than when they silence somebody who speaks up. What the absolute F are they thinking on this? I think that they are so far removed at this point from the public and what the public thinks about these things that it is very difficult for them to to see reason. It's just the public is sitting there going, like, we want to see a judicial system that, that makes sense, and that corrects these problems. We don't want to see a judicial system that covers its own ass and hides the fuckery. We want to see a judicial system that identifies fuckery and deals with it. And I mean, fuckery isn't just like, I'm sorry, if I'm talking about a guy who's alleged to have stolen a sandwich or a pen or, carried a pocket knife without, while he's not properly allowed to, that guy is committing a much less serious offense, in my view, than somebody who insists on detaining that person for 2 freaking weeks because they're upset, because they're fighting the bail conditions. I see this with gun owners where they've, they're charged with something completely unrelated. They're charged with, something along the line, some random thing. And they say, oh, he's a gun owner, so we want him to turn in his guns. Why? As she mentioned, they'll do it with kids where, somebody's alleged to have assaulted their wife and it's an allegation, but the kids weren't involved. And so they want to ban them from seeing their kids, notwithstanding the fact that this is an allegation and notwithstanding the fact that a lot of those charges fall apart because it's one of those areas where people are inclined to, where people sometimes make things up. Yeah. This, I think, is, I think this line here is a much better line. These are very strong words, no doubt, but these words signal J.P. Lawson's righteous anger at a deplorable state of affairs in bail court. The hearing panel did not account for the context in which he was driven to use such words, as it would have taken a holistic approach to evaluating the article. While the intemperate language J.P. Lawson used supports the panel's misconduct finding, as I will explain, properly considered, it does not evidence any operative bias against prosecutors. I am like, you need to correct this. Now, somebody's saying, which hot sauce had steam coming out of your ears last week, and is it on the wheel? So we know when to anticipate the pain. Seriously, though, you know what? I'm just going to add to the wheel. We'll add the last dab. There we go. Now it's on the wheel. Because that one is spicy. Here's another thing where it's just fucking the hearing panel discounted the factual veracity of J.P. Lawson's criticisms. J.P. Lawson's complaints about bail court were factually valid. This should be the end of the inquiry. We should be done. Everybody pack your shit up. We're done. Because she was telling the truth. And so long as she's telling the truth, I don't think she should be punished for it. I don't think she should have been punished for it if she was telling the truth and she'd named that specific prosecutor. Sorry, I don't think it. Somebody says, add the cackling ladies. It's in the fridge because that one is not shelf stable, so I'd have to go get it. All right, so I got to do a spin, I'm being told. Spin. Yeah, this one is just, oh, this one's going to hurt. The General's hot sauce. And then I'm going to click the remove button, so it's off the list. All right. So let me show you this hot sauce as a brief interlude here. General's hot sauce. Shock and awe. And it comes in a glass grenade. Because they want to warn you that it's going to do things. So, there we go. You can't actually throw this grenade and make it explode, but it is, it's a hot sauce. Ingredients. let's talk about the ingredients. American-grown habanero peppers, distilled white vinegar, salt, and garlic. It is distributed by Smoke Hall Foods. And from what I understand, this is actually distributed by veterans. So I actually think that this is, um, good stuff on that. All right. So I got a piece of chicken here. I have slathered it up. That is spicy. It's not murderous, but it's I'd put that at a solid 4. Solid 4 out of 5. It's got good flavor to it. I mean, it's just basically purely habaneros and vinegar. But no, nothing wrong with that. That's a solid entry. Nothing wrong with that at all. All right, back to the story here. So they note and they cite case law where they talk about how the judges are not to be a rubber stamp, and in particular, I'm wondering if they cite to So they cite to Zora. Zora is the case that my dog is named after. When you hear Zora running around doing her thing, I named her after this case because this case is amazing. It's fantastic. Also, Zora is so the case of Zora, I was arguing something in court repeatedly, over and over and over again. I was arguing this point, and and I was getting the courts locally to come around to my argument, and then Zora specifically specifically called out this particular point, and basically said Runkle is right. They didn't actually cite me, like they didn't cite to me or anything like that. But the point I had been arguing was now in plain language from the Supreme Court. So yeah, Zora was like, the case was on my mind when we got the new dog, and when we got her as a pup, and it's a good name, like for a pup. It makes for a good sort of girly pup name. But it was also kind of this. So yeah, she's named for a court case. It's funny because I was actually in front of a justice of the peace doing a bail hearing, and I was doing a bail hearing like this, like on a video link. And the dog, I hadn't closed my door fully. And so Zora poked her nose in mid bail hearing and was kind of wondering what I was up to. And so the justice of the peace was like, hey, how is hey, there's your dog. You like, can you get the dog? Like, so I got the dog up to sort of look up and do so he could see the dog, and he's like, oh, what's her name? And I was like, Zora. And he just sort of goes, of course it is. Of course your dog is named Zora. So yeah, it's not a Zelda reference. It is a reference to this case. So yeah, the court had noted too often, as is evident from some transcripts of show cause hearings coming before this court, counsel conduct themselves as though a consent bail governs the release detention result, with all that is required of the court is a signature. At times, outright hostility is exhibited toward a presiding justice of the peace who dares to make inquiries, to require more information, or to reasonably challenge the soundness of the submission. This is fundamentally wrong. So, the courts have actually noted that this is a problem. And like, this is stuff that we're getting from the Supreme Court of Canada, saying that this stuff that she was talking about as a problem is a problem. So when she's basically just repeating the same shit the Supreme Court is saying, oh my God. She actually asked to be relieved of doing bail hearings because she found it to be such a gong show, but then they made her go back. And so she wrote an article about how screwed up it is. I like this. Tellingly, however, the entire premise of presenting counsel's questions in cross-examining J.P. Lawson about the identity of the prosecutors whose conduct she described in the article was that these events did in fact happen in full view of the many people in those courts. Presenting counsel raised, and the hearing panel accepted, that the prosecutors, whom she did not name in the article, were embarrassed at the prospect that they could be identified. Fucking good. Fuck right you should be. You know what? You should be so embarrassed that you resign. Quit your jobs and go and work in, I don't know. I was going to say food service, but they don't need that shit either. Manure shoveling. Like, yeah, despite their implicit acceptance that the events occurred as described, the tenor of both decisions is that the hearing panel was affronted by the fact that J.P. Lawson defended herself by asserting the veracity of her article. If it's fucking true, then she should be saying that it's true. And if the prosecutors did this stuff, they should be facing their own sanctions. Like, you know, this is... Not happy. I'm pretty upset. The hearing panel's views of J.P. Lawson's misconduct escalated. So basically, they keep talking themselves into things, getting worse and worse and worse over time. They discounted her positive motivation. That's a problem. They were not even-handed in their approach to the evidence. It seems that, to the hearing panel, J.P. Lawson could do nothing right, and the Crown prosecutors about whose behavior she complained could do nothing wrong. In other words, the hearing panel did not scrutinize fairly and evenly J.P. Lawson's evidence and that offered by presenting counsel. I.e., hey, you know how you said that J.P. Lawson has a reasonable apprehension of bias? You guys had the reasonable apprehension of bias. You guys were acting in a biased fashion. The hearing panel refused to give any weight to the evidence of other justices of the peace whose testimony corroborated J.P. Lawson's evidence about her experiences in bail court. By contrast, the panel did accept the evidence of Crown prosecutors and even allowed critical evidence on the part of a retired Crown to be adduced by transcript without the possibility of her cross-examination. That, by the way, is hearsay. It shouldn't have been admitted. So, to summarize this section of the reasons, the hearing panel did not give J.P. Lawson's evidence and arguments due consideration and failed to take account of the full context in which she wrote the article. The panel's view of her misconduct morphed and escalated. Had it approached its task in a reasonable and balanced way, the panel would have taken into account that J.P. Lawson's claims about the conduct of Crown prosecutors and the problems with bail courts were true, and that her primary motivation in writing the article was to expose problems she saw in bail courts. It was unreasonable to ignore the evidence of other justices of the peace who would have corroborated J.P. Lawson's testimony about the issues plaguing bail courts. Taken together, these deficiencies in its approach led the hearing panel to an unreasonably harsh characterization of J.P. Lawson's misconduct as exhibiting actual bias against Crown prosecutors. Say the words here. Say that the hearing panel was biased, because that's what you're saying here. The hearing panel was biased. Just say the words, because that's clear from your reasons here. All right. So, this keeps going on. This they say there's no support for bias, but they end up, she still ends up being sanctioned for 30 days without pay. And quite frankly, I think that the 30 days without pay is completely unreasonable. If she was true in calling out the bullshit, then the solution is not to punish JP Lawson. The solution is to solve the bullshit and reward JP Lawson for helping us make a better system. So I'm fully on Team Lawson on this one. I actually think that the Court of Appeal also got it wrong. Substantially and wrong. So, yeah. They point out that they call for her removal, but when we look at the things that they remove things for, those include discriminatory and sexist speech. A different justice had made racist and sexist comments demeaning women, Jewish people, and black people. His conduct was repeated, and so they called for him to be removed. They said that removal recommendation would not, have been called for. Zabel created a media firestorm for wearing a Make America Great Again hat in open court the day after Donald Trump's election as president of the United States. And so he was not removed from office. Participation in illegality can get you removed. If you are involved in crime, they might get you to stop being a justice of the peace or a judge. That makes sense, right? You can't be a JP and crime. You got to pick one. If you love crime, then you don't get to sit on the bench. Fair ball. Fair play. Self-dealing. So self-dealing is when you sit on a matter where you're where you can benefit yourself. There isn't really self-dealing, although they said that they found that there's an element of this negative emotion behind her words in the sense that she was pissed at those prosecutors. I still don't know that would count. Canadian judge wore a MAGA hat in open court the day after Trump got elected. It wasn't appropriate. And it wouldn't have been appropriate for him to wear a Trudeau hat, a Biden hat, anybody. Like, you just don't do it. Neglect of office. So neglect of office is basically one person closed bail court early one afternoon, although they were aware that there was a young defendant who's likely eligible for release on bail, and they got them a reprimand, an apology, and a suspension without pay for 5 days for failing to do their job. There's no evidence that JP Lawson was doing that. Repeated misconduct, not an issue. This was a one-off. Yeah. This case pisses me off. Pisses me right off. But, I mean, what can you do? I do not think it was appropriate for that. Now, I just want to note here, we have, I think we went from 22.5 up to 23.5. So, I will say this case infuriates me, but I owe you a couple of spins. So let us pull up the Wheel of Pain. Wheel of Pain. What do we get to? Keep going. Keep going. There we go. Truffle Hound. Now, I'm told that this hot sauce is not named for the hound that often graces the chat. And I know Truffle is currently out and about, so that's why he's not here right now. But Truffle Hound is a it's a hot sauce. Gourmet truffle hot sauce. So we're going to give this a try. Whoop, that's quite a helping here. Good thing is that this is not such a is not a seriously murdery sauce, because otherwise that overpour would kill me. All right, we're going to the chicken. And we are getting a good healthy coating of this. All right, Mm. So, I got the truffle hound sauce originally at Bucky's, and I don't know if you guys have ever been to Bucky's. Whoop. So, what is it? Bucky's is a weird, like, super gas station. And so I saw that, like, they have a whole bunch of hot sauces. I saw that on their shelf, and I was just like, I have to buy that. That was just way too good. So I bought it. It's actually a pretty good sauce. It's kind of a sweeter sauce, so not as vinegary as a lot of them. It is what is it? It's quite pleasant, but it does have that sort of mushroomy taste to it. Now I'm told that I need to tell some dad jokes because that is in honor of our truffle hound. So, why can't a bicycle stand up by itself? Because it's too tired. Eh? What time did the or what time should you set a dentist appointment for? 2:30. I guess what is it? One more. One more. So was it just trying to ponder here. I'm trying to think of when was the last time I told a dad joke. I'm trying to think of my next so did you hear about the kidnapping at school? It's okay, he woke up. All right, I will I'll leave that to the experts because you know, Truffles got me beat on that one, but I will just we'll go there. And I'm seeing that I'm behind, so I better get back to the wheel of things here, or else yeah. All right. All right. Now, this is the Sweet Date Hot Sauce by CW Dressings. The person who got me this hot sauce turned out to be a giant bag of jerks. So we'll leave that there. But this is actually a pretty good hot sauce. So, yeah. All right. So, yeah, this is the Sweet Date Hot Sauce, which is, of course, sweet. Lara M is saying, "What's Mrs. Runkle's favorite hot sauce?" She's not a big hot sauce fan, not in the way I am. So she typically will grab a hot sauce out of the fridge and out of the cupboard or whatever, and she'll be like, "Hey, is this hot sauce gonna kill me?" And my answer is usually yes. Let me get you a different one. And so she eats whatever I bring as this will not murder you. So yeah. It's a good sauce. Probably like 1 or 2 on the heat scale. So if you are not a spice aficionado like I am, this one is a pretty safe bet, I think. So it's a good sauce. I didn't toss it out because it's actually a really good sauce. So, yeah. Actually, a couple of these are from the jerk. So, all right. Yeah, that one actually, somebody said, would it pair well with waffles? It probably would. Um, yeah, it's quite a sweet sauce. It does actually use dates. I think this would be fantastic on like an ice cream, but I'm weird that way. Um, somebody was asking about the ingredients: 100% organic Deglet Noor date syrup, pepper sauce, which has aged cayenne peppers, vinegar, water, salt, spices, tomato paste, water, salt, vinegar, guayilo chili pepper, Scotch bonnet chili pepper, onions, smoked paprika, mustard seeds, black pepper, garlic, chipotle peppers, butter powder. Interesting. It is. It's basically a date sauce, um, but with a little bit of kick. So I think it's good stuff. Um, somebody says, "What sauce did I eat with ice cream on Twitter earlier?" That was my homemade sauce. So yeah. Is the Louisiana KO edition on the wheel? I should put it on. This wheel is getting really spicy towards the end. All right. Whoop. KO edition is being added. So we've added that. Oh wait, I was wrong. I do have the cackling cackling Caribbean woman sauce. Doesn't really have a name there. All right, because I owe you guys another one, and then I'm probably going to end up owing you another one by the time this one is done. So. All right. Turmeric bomb. So turmeric bomb is this one. It's got a really funky label on it. So the turmeric bomb that's the label on it. You can see it's got all sorts of multicolored text, some of which is upside down for some reason. This one is, I think they put it as a 7 on the hot ones. So, yeah. Somebody's saying that the GoFundMe is slowing down. I mean, that's to be expected. It's also just in terms of the hour. So someone says, there goes the monetization. I'm not worried. All right. I see somebody saying, is he sweating yet? I am doing all right. So you see, we got a good... So turmeric is a really unusual flavor for a hot sauce. I don't know what else uses turmeric, but turmeric is it's also pretty good. Like this kind of tastes kind of like a good curry. I think it's quite a good sauce. I really like this one. It's like 7 or 8 out of 10, straight up. So this one, I mean, if I was eating a plate of wings on this one, I'd be pausing by the end of it. So yeah. And I see your number one 8-year-old fan, Sophia, says good night. Good night, Sophia. She loves your streams and falling asleep to them. Well, thank you. That's high praise. So yeah, the turmeric one is really tasty, and it's got a flavor like a lot of hot sauces taste fairly similar. And I'm gonna say, I mean, my hot sauce is a fairly middle of the road kind of like. It's similar to a lot of other sauces, but the turmeric one is very unusual. It's very different. It's got a flavor that you're not going to find anywhere else. So that is a good thing. All right. So we were at 23.5 when I started this. We are now at 24.3. So that means I got to take one more. Runkle of the Bailey, I'm interested in what type of hot sauce you recommend for ice cream. Sriracha is actually really good if you can find it right now. And have you tried hot sauces with Amazon jungle peppers? I have not. So, all right. Let me just give this a go. Whoop, I got to add it to the stream first. All right, the KO edition. Just by the random chances on the wheel is getting very packed with hot entries. I gotta see. Maybe I should add some more, pep or sauce to this to just kind of round it out. But so this one is their KO edition, and on their thing, it actually only rates in as hot, not extra hot. So yeah. The last dab sauce is on the list. So, all right. I am slurping some of this onto my plate. There we go. We're going to see. I'm kind of nervous about this one. Nothing up my sleeve. All right. So we got a good... That is spicy. That is a spicy entry. Ooh. I like it. It's got good flavor. It's spicy. I will tell my wife not to touch that one. It's yeah. Somebody's saying it's the chicken worm. I've been keeping it in a container. It's doing a pretty good job of keeping it warm. How many bottles of hot sauce do you even have? More than 50 at this point. I actually don't know where all of them are, is how many I've got. So it's becoming a problem for organization. All right. One more, it looks like, because it's now ticked over 24.5. So you guys are trying to kill me in the best way. I can't complain about that. All right. Let us see what we got here. All right. Red Hot Riplets. So I see here. Whoop. I got it spinning again by accident. This one will just... That one doesn't count. That one's got me wiping my my nose there a little bit. So, what is that? This one is this label, Old Vienna of St. Louis, Red Hot Riplets, made with real St. Louis hot sauce. I think it's weird that they say this hot sauce is made with St. Louis hot sauce. Like, that's a weird thing. But somebody's saying, out of curiosity, do you keep track of the hot sauces you try? I don't really keep good records. Steph, the Alter Nerd, is pushing to 25K on our live stream, so chat is helping burn your face off too. That's good. So this one says great on steak, chicken, shrimp, fish, pork steaks, ribs, and more. So that's good because I got chicken. And it also, so ingredients, red hot sauce, which is cayenne peppers, distilled vinegar, salt, natural flavor, garlic powder, sugar, water, Old Vienna red hot riplet seasoning, which is sugar, salt, paprika, spices, yeast extract, dehydrated onion, hydrolyzed corn protein, dehydrated garlic, soybean oil, Natural flavors, including hickory smoke, extractives of paprika for color. That probably won't taste awful. Maltodextrin, disodium inosinate, diasodium guanylate, sunflower oil. So this one's got some weirder ingredients in it, we'll say. But let's give it a go. I'm going to put this one back on the list, or at least a Riplets back on the list, because the person who sent this to me also sent me Red Hot Riplets seasoning. So maybe I'll put Riplets back on the list, and if it comes up again, we'll try the powder seasoning and see how that goes. So Riplets. There we go. All right. Quit stalling, Runkle. I see somebody saying. Here we go. That's a really it's quite sweet, but it's also quite flavorful. There's a lot of sugar in that. Yeah, I'd eat that again. I would absolutely eat that again. I would eat the heck out of that. So I should try ceviche. I love it. When it's available, I order it. I just live a little too far away from an ocean for me to get that a lot. Have I tried yellow sriracha? I have not, but I'm curious. So, yeah, I'm doing okay. I haven't gone for the milk. I'm drinking this because I like having a drink. We're going to get this. Somebody's saying, which one was the sweet one? The Riplets seasoning. It's not quite ketchup sweet, but it's, well, actually, no, it might be sweeter than some ketchups now that I think about it. So, all right. Now somebody says I am 5 pounds away from another one. You guys are crazy, and I love you. I am 5 pounds away from another one. All right. Ooh, Jace Denton. Gotta go work on my D&D campaign. First time DMing. Let me know how it goes. Hit me up if you want, if you have questions or, anything like that. Cucumber help with the heat? It can. My emergency, what is it? This is my emergency bottle right now. It's got milk in it it's a double-walled vacuum flask, so it'll still be cold. Yeah, that's my emergency bottle. That's for if stuff is causing me trouble. All right, now I want to. There's another case I want to talk about, and I want to see if I can find it here. Boom. There we go. So let's talk about the the 2 hour or spicy time thing, because there's a case that talks about whether or not lawyers are allowed to swear. Somebody says, how many nuggets are in that bucket? What happens when you run out? I have 3 more chicken strips. Each chicken strip is good for about 3 bites. So I think we're okay. If I get through all of these, then I am, good to go. What is the hottest hot sauce I can buy in YYC? My 16-year-old son loves hot sauce. His birthday is September 3rd. Hopefully I'll be able to send you a bottle of my my hot sauce before then. So I don't know about where else in Edmonton. I see 25-320. All right. So we're going to do one more spin, and then we'll get to this case. We'll do a spin, then super chats, then we'll get to the case. There we go. I was like, come on, avoid that one. So the cackling Caribbean woman sauce. So this one is, so I am basically out of the Trinidad scorpion pepper one. This one is her Carolina Reaper pepper sauce. Ingredients: fresh Carolina Reaper peppers, Scotch bonnet peppers, fresh garlic cloves, cilantro, vinegar, water, fresh lime juice, and salt. So all of these are good. So those are all good ingredients. And we're just gonna cap this off again. Do I prefer fermented or vinegar-based hot sauces? I like both, but I lean towards the fermented. Fermented tends to, the vinegar tends to overpower a lot of the vinegar-based ones. Not all of them, but yeah. All right. Now this is a runnier sauce, so whoop, I gotta take the thing down. There we go. All right. Whew. Yep, I can feel this one. Somebody says, "Does my stomach ever get upset if I eat them on an empty stomach?" Yes. Also, that gummy bear messed me up. I'm not going to do that gummy bear again. It tasted like hot garbage, and it just ripped. Oh. Like, I don't normally do the sitting in the bathroom in regret thing. That one had me doing the sitting in the bathroom in regret thing. So, yeah. We're not doing that one again. Somebody was asking, why do I call this the cackling Caribbean woman thing? So I buy this stuff. It shows up at this woman shows up at like farmers markets, and she's got her hot sauce stand. There's no guarantee she's going to be there, but when you find her there, you go and she's entertaining as hell. And part of the reason why she's entertaining as hell is that she makes hot sauces that are a variety, like that run a range from pretty mild up to the level I like, which are ones that are just like, So I went in and I was there and I was like, "Hey, I'd like to try one of your hot sauces." And she's like, "Let me introduce you to the mild sauces." Because I'm coming in and I'm like pale. You might notice that I am somewhat pale. And so therefore I don't necessarily look like a person who loves the spicy things. And so she's like trying to, get me a one of the lighter, the easier ones. And I'm like, "I'd really like to try the Trinidad Scorpion pepper sauce." And she's like, "Oh, you would you?" And she sort of laughs. And I'm like, "No, seriously. And if it messes me up, then good for you, right?" Like that's, so she, what is that? Yeah. I look like I season with salt and pepper, and I look like I season with like not, I'm like, "Oh, don't use the spicy pepper." Like, so, she was just cackling. And then I try it right off like a popsicle stick. And she's like, "You're tougher than you look." And I'm like, "Yep." So, yeah. This is a fun comment there. I had a Chinese mate order soup in a Chinese restaurant, and they automatically gave him the hot version. A friend of mine used to go to one particular restaurant, and we'd order, and then after we ordered, we'd swap bowls. And so we'd swap bowls because they'd always give him the hot version and me the light version. Anyway, we did that until about like the 8th or 9th time we were at this restaurant. And when we did that on that occasion, they had already figured out that we swapped the bowls. And so they just gave us the right order each. And he nearly died. Not literally, but He had a rough day. He takes a bite and he's like, oh. I'm like, what? And he's like, I think they gave me the spicy. I'm like, let me try mine. Tried it, and I'm like, yeah, we got to switch. And he's like, okay, we can switch. And I'm like, yep, we can. So, does having chronic pain drive or behind the drives enjoying spices? It might be. So, yeah. I regret shouting out Sophia because now she's too apt to go to sleep while she's waiting to hear from Ian again. Sophia, go to sleep. You can watch the rest of this later, and there'll be more streams. But you should go to sleep. It's time for bed, and listen to your parents here. All right. Now I see here we've got some member chats and super chats to catch up on here. So let's see. Roxy Chick there. Thank you for being an amazing person, Runkle. Thank you. Elise Olihi, I think it is. It's $2.99 stateside and well worth it. I think talking about the member chat or member price. Fiona W, I think. Thank you for 10 gifted memberships. I'm not sure on timing and all that. I should have done a swoop, but we're gonna just forge ahead. Canonical Heat, fair winds and following seas, Captain Corey. Yeah. Ali Mazaros, thank you very much for YouTube membership. Much appreciated. Canonical Heat donated to the captain's GoFundMe. So should you. Go do it now. I've donated. I may end up donating again. Brewberries noting Dustin Poirier is an all-around good dude. Also has a charity called The Good Fight, helping the local community. Also beat Conor McGregor twice. That is impressive. So you were asking the question about Freedom Fest. I didn't know it existed. Bonita Hopkins, thank you for the membership, which you somehow managed twice. I don't know how that worked. That might be StreamYard's being weird. The Neurodivergent Counselor, fun fact, Poirier donated funds from a fight auction to build a playground for our students with different needs to the school I work at. Amazing. All right. Debbie W, there's a character in Mass Effect named Telizora. Yep. Which I named my cat after. Every time you talk about Zora, I think about a certain Korean space princess and a sweet snuggle cat. Aw. Snuggle cats are best cats. Equality, Runkle of the Bailey. I'm still sorry for making you have the gummy in your mouth for 5 minutes. Shin's ramen's hot enough for me. That gummy was pretty hot. I don't recommend, but those gummies also tasted awful. So, yeah. Joe Loy saying you made the right call. Sometimes it happens. So, all right. I'm going to do a swoop, and then we'll talk about a case. Unless I have to do more chicken. So, swoop. So I am $75 on the away from another round of chicken there. Apple Silver, I see your question about Bill S206, but I don't know which one that is offhand. So I'm just checking here. Because there's a lot of bills. Bill S206. I'm just trying to Google that. Oh, and Google's doing the thing where it's asking me to solve 20 different CAPTCHAs, which include like, here's a picture of a bus. Select every square that is a bus because that's all the squares. Oh, come on, Google. I'm on a stream. Let me Google something. It is literally what you are for. All right. There we go. Disclosure of information by jurors. This one I was not familiar with. What do they want to let them do? So they still want to have it punished. Okay. I don't think I don't like these provisions. So I'm just pulling this up here so that we can all see. Let me just see. So what there's a section of the criminal code that actually makes it illegal for jurors to talk about their experiences as jurors. And so this is amending it to also cover. It looks like they're just also covering support services people or interpreters and so forth. I actually think jurors should have to or should be able to talk about their experiences. I think that we end up with some problems. Like you can't even research jury experiments. So yeah, I'm not about. I'm not a big fan on that one. So, all right. I see some folks are going to bed. I will still keep going for a little bit. I want to see what's going on. Dorothy Woe, I see your question. I'll just let you know. He turned out to be a real jerk. He was really, really horrible to Secret McSquirrel. And then after Secret passed, he was trying to tell everyone that they were friends. He was trying to, basically talk about her passing, which is the one thing that that she didn't want him to do after she was gone. And when people called him out for it, saying like, "Hey, you guys weren't friends, and she didn't want you to do this," then he started calling people who actually were her friends liars. When I said, "Hey, you want to have the truth about this?" he freaked out, and yeah. So we also discovered that a lot of the content he was bringing to the Trials of the Century was just to read like off of web pages. So he was finding a web page and he was reading word for word, which means that all of that content I had to throw out. I couldn't use it. So that's why all the old Trials of the Century aren't up anymore, because those old Trials of the Century, they're violation of copyrights. Colby, you're right. I'm just having some issues with that. He was reading from Wikipedia. Yeah, there were other web pages as well. So that one just turned into a big catastrophe, and he has basically nuked himself out of my orbit, which works just fine for me. And I see Rackets is not streaming. That is good stuff. So we can keep going a little bit. Is there a concern that he may try the same with the captain? He might. We'll see. At the end of the day, I'm not going to police that aspect. It's up to Pixie what she feels and doesn't feel on that one, and what fights she wants to pick and doesn't want to fight or doesn't want to pick. I don't want to pick any fights on her behalf because she is dealing with shit that I just cannot imagine. I can't even fathom. So yeah, that's her call on all of that. I do not want to drag her into anything. So that's where that sits. She can make her own call, and I will stand 100% behind her, whatever she does. So that's that. All right, now I'm just checking on our dollar amounts here. Speaking of Trials of the Century, is it behind the scenes this week? I think it should be. Rob's back, but I didn't know if you guys were still busy. I hope we're going to be able to do that. We haven't been able to we got to get more advertising for that, but the plan is to do the behind the scenes and go from there. Traveling Science Man, I can indeed do that. Okay, so another case I wanted to talk about is this one here, I think. I'm just trying to pull it up. This one got reported recently, but it's an older case here. I think this is the old decision. Okay, so just pulling this up here. 1 second. There we go. Okay. So this is Law Society of Alberta versus Ton. And this guy is in a whole world of trouble. He was practicing in Calgary in a number of areas, which was mostly real estate, family law, and civil litigation. He then has a bunch of complaints made against him, and these complaints cause some difficulty. So one of the things on this one is that so KW is one of the complainants. KW, her name is an initial because they're keeping her name private. So she stated that she knew at the end of June 2018 that he would no longer be her lawyer. So she went to a May 31st meeting with two goals in mind. One, she wanted to get some paperwork back from him. And second, she wanted him to tell her where the case was at and what would be happening next. So she wanted to know where the case was so that she could go to another lawyer and go from there. So, according to her evidence, KW could not get Mr. Ton to respond to any of her legal questions. He kept using vulgar language and, more disturbing, during the meeting, he twice offered her a drink, offered her a line of cocaine, asked her questions of a sexual nature. These are her allegations. Some of these were not found to be the case from the panel, just so you know. KW refused these advances and, in her words, reminded them that she'd been clean, no drink and no drugs, for over 5 years. She admitted on cross-examination that she never saw Mr. Tan do a line of cocaine, but she maintained it happened behind her and she knew the sound. The court ultimately finds that didn't happen, that he didn't do the line of cocaine. So just so everyone's aware on that. There's plenty of stuff that they do come after him for. However, one of the key issues on all of this, and I'm just trying to find the aspects here, is they make some decisions about his swearing. Plenty of the stuff that they're alleging here in terms of misconduct is serious misconduct. In terms of saying that they had inappropriate sexually charged discussions while in a solicitor-client relationship, that he was making, these kinds of things are very serious. But they also talk about the swearing. So let me find that as to where they talk about this. Reasonable promptness, voided competence. Where is the profanity one? Just trying to track that down here. This is a long decision, and unfortunately, the version I had that was bookmarked is not going in. All right. I'm just trying to track this down here. So he acknowledged using profanity in front of KW, and it looks like I'm going to have some trouble actually finding the right paragraph here. The court actually found that using profanity in front of a client in and of itself, without anything else, was sufficient to be misconduct, which I think is fucking stupid. Yeah, we're past 2 hours. I can say that. There's a lot of times where you may need to use coarse language with a client. And that's especially true if you are doing so with clients who may not have the greatest of abilities. If you've got clients who, for instance, are when I'm dealing with clients who are profoundly mentally injured. You know, if they've been, sometimes you've got people with FASD, sometimes you've got people with brain injuries, you've got people with developmental issues, you've got people with all sorts of problems. And these issues are really, you know, they can create serious issues for understanding. And so you might have to, for instance, when you're talking to a client, tell them, you know, you need to shut the fuck up. Why? Because they may not understand anything else. They may not understand it if you are not, uh, if you're not being direct. I have had people who have had serious mental challenges, and their only ability to understand certain words for certain body parts is to refer to them in ways that you wouldn't refer to them on this channel. Like, if you're dealing with a woman who the only language she knows for south of the border is the C word, then that's the language you've got to use, because you just can't necessarily teach them, you know, otherwise at the beginning. So I got some concerns about that one. I feel that that sometimes it's appropriate and sometimes it's necessary. I have read clients' disclosure, and so sometimes they say, you know, sometimes it's, hey, you said you called him an effing N-word, and not N-word. You got to ask the client, like, did that happen? Yes, no. And I remember I had a moment in court where I asked this guy, did you call this guy the N-word? And he said, no, I didn't. And I'm sitting there going, but you did though. That was a pretty blatant lie. And he's looking at me, and his expression gives away. I realize what he's doing. He's saying I didn't say the N-word. He said the word. So he made me drop the word in court. And to be fair, I was fine. Like, you got to do it sometimes, but I was just like, okay, you want to play this game? Sure, we'll play. So the judge wasn't super pleased with that. The judge it was very clear that the judge knew that he knew what the word was. And when the guy's going, I didn't say the N word, I said the word. The judge was like, this is the wrong time to get, you know, on sensibilities. So, yeah. Level 1 to 10, how uncomfortable was dropping it in court? You get over it. You get over that kind of thing. Sometimes you have to repeat people's language word for word. And it is what it is. So I have said some horrible stuff in court quoting people, because sometimes you gotta quote. And it's just, okay, you called this person a stuff you won't repeat. So that is one of those things that happens. I feel like this case is really missing the nuance on that. Like, maybe in real estate, I feel like they could have hammered this guy for all the other things, like the trust money issues and so forth. And I'm being told that it is time to spin. All right. So we have the wheel of pain, because it's mostly pain on the list now. Oh, hey, this will be an interesting one. All right. Maritime Madness Habanero Mustard. So this one is a Canadian hot sauce. So Maritime Madness is made on the East Coast. Made in small batches on Prince Edward Island. Thanks for getting sauced with us. Clean, real ingredients: vinegar, mustard, habaneros, water, fresh garlic, onions, carrots, spices, xanthan gum. And they describe it as a crazy habanero mustard with a black pepper and garlic finish. Great on sausages, burgers, and sandwiches. Try some in your favorite potato salad recipe. Interesting. All right. And so let's see how this goes. And they've got it at, so they've got the burn rate chart on this thing. So that seems to be 5 out of 6, which is weird. But yeah. So habanero mustard. All right, let's see how this is. I actually think I think this is a new bottle, so I think I've got to do some. Yeah, it's a new bottle. I got to pull the. I gotta get the seal out of it. And not seal as in the French word. If you got that, you may have gone to French immersion. Oh, that's not bad at all. All right. Now, do I have to? It looks like I also got to cut the top off this thing. So I'm having to do some arts and crafts while we're here. All right. If I injure myself, point and laugh. Okay. So I cut that off. There we go. Slurp. I have given myself a good slurping of this hot mustard. We'll see how it does on chicken. All right. Mustard. That is tasty. It's hot. But it is it's a good one. I like spicy mustard. So I will 100% I will use the rest of that. So yeah. All right, let's see how we're doing on the fundraiser. 25,545 pounds. That is a lot of that's a lot of dollars there. I really hope Pixie sees that and goes and just recognizes the love and the care that people have for her and for Corey. But also, I mean, it's good stuff. Jane, Babe, and Luxor, sorry, really late for this chat. Back in the flipping hospital, just was admitted. I'm sorry to hear that. If you're around on Wednesday, check on Patreon because I will make sure you've got a link to join the behind the scenes member chat on that. I see somebody saying that mustard on a soft pretzel, that would be amazing. And great on a ham sandwich, that would be amazing. Ooh. What is the fundraiser for? It's for funeral expenses, and I imagine if there's more left over, it'll be for the family. But so they are trying to sort of arrange for a very nice funeral for him. They're hoping. So they describe on the thing some of their wishes on that. So they're saying the captain will be donned in his beautiful pirate attire, of course, with his signature tricorn. She hopes to have him pulled by the same glass carriage and black horses that transported her mother. The resting place, Corey asked for carved stone with a pirate ship, and Whitby Abbey layered on with his photo, and Pixie would like it finished with marble floor with his hand and footprint lasered into it. On top of this, they'd also need to take in mind the higher cost of the wake, food, venue, and Pixie would love for the whole send-off to be filmed for her memory. So they are, they're wanting a proper sort of pirate send-off, and I think it's more than deserved. Corey is, I could see, people going to visit. It's yeah. The stone is very expensive. Yep, funerals can be very expensive. It's yeah. It's I see people saying that it's what he deserves. I think what he deserves is a little more than that. What he deserves is to grow old and have the rest of his days. But the world is not a fair place at times. So we're doing the best we can on that. Somebody's saying, do you will I be there? I don't know what their plans are at this point, and yeah, this to me seems like this, they don't know what the eventual costs are going to be, but I think that they may have asked for too little initially, just because of the way funeral costs go. But I hope that they can arrange for something truly special. Cindy, who's this for? This is for Captain Corey, who he after he sort of determined that he was not going to be able to to go through another organ transplant. He basically decided he did a Make-A-Wish thing. He wanted to become a YouTuber. And so Johnny Depp helped out with that. We all helped out. And they, they succeeded in getting him to his goal of 100,000. And that, but ultimately he's now since passed away. And during his life, he was very, very concerned, very considerate. He was very much focused on, like, he started up charitable operations, which, him giving away stuff to charity at his age is, yeah. So, yeah, it's sad, but we're sort of doing the best we can here. That's, I guess all we can do. So, his poor mom is heartbroken, and quite frankly, she, I can't imagine what she's going through and what she's, what she's dealing with. But we're gonna try to help as best we can, and that's all we can do. Is just do what we can to try to make everything a little more little more comfortable there. All right. And what is it? So I don't know. Is Steph still going? Because if Steph is still going, we've got to I've got to what is it? Throw down the gauntlet. Let's see. I'm just pulling up. Trying to pull up Steph the Alter Nerd here. I'm just gonna pop into her chat if she's still ongoing. Nope, she finished 31 minutes ago. So that yeah, it's what is it? It's a tragedy. It is what it is. So yeah, Steph has gone to bed. That yeah. All right. I see funerals in England are very expensive. Yeah. I truly hope YouTube doesn't take down his account as they've done in the past with YouTubers who expired. Oh, that is not good. All right. I hope not. So, for the people who just joined, I am doing hot sauce roulette. And normally, when I do hot sauce roulette, it's based on the super chats I get. Today, it is not based on that at all. We are doing it based on the GoFundMe. The GoFundMe is currently at 25,670 pounds. Every 500 pounds we get there, I've been spinning the wheel. I can tell you the wheel of hot sauces has 6 things left to go. So I would love to burn through all of those. I don't think we're going to get there tonight just because it is what it is, but we will we'll see. But I could do with another hot sauce. So if you guys if you guys want to hit that, I could I still got some chicken. I could do that. Yeah, I mean this is all kind of rough there. So it's and I see what is it? I mentioned that the BBC had him up on a story here. So there's the BBC talking about Corey, who was born with a rare heart disease. Yeah, he had 2 transplants. Each of them failed, and he's decided that he could not do a third. So that's a very tough call for a kid to have to make. But yeah, he was a very very mature soul for his age, and unfortunately a lot of that kind of thing comes about through hardship, right? Through suffering. And I see that people are saying that there's more pre-recorded videos to share. I can tell you I'm going to watch all of them. It's going to be hard, and I think it might be a couple of weeks before I do that. Somebody sent me the link to somebody sent me the link to the video of him opening the play button, and I just I couldn't get through it. I was just I was just not there at that point. So and I know Johnny Depp gets a tremendous amount of credit on this one for boosting him and so forth, although Corey did a ton of that, like put a ton of that work in there as well. The other thing I just want to note here is I also just want to give some credit to and I know that some people are going to hate this. I want to give some credit to some of the Amber Heard fans. And the reason why I say that is that some of the Amber Heard fans, when a couple of them started like criticizing, a bunch of them were like, no, this is a good thing. So this is like just yeah. So that is yeah. The other, I guess I will do a swoop here, go through some super chats, and then there's another story we can talk about. We can talk about some pirate treasure. Swoop. Joe Loy saying you made the right call. Well, thank you. Kristen M96, speaking of Trials of the Century, is it behind the scenes this week? Rob's back, but didn't know if you guys were still busy. I'm hopeful we'll be doing that on Wednesday. Braxton Heaps, what is up with the videos I'm seeing with the government abandoning the wildfires and leaving people to deal with it? I don't know, but that is terrifying. Let's do another pupper swoop here, and then we can talk about a story that I think is kind of fitting. All right, so man uncovers more than 700 gold coins on his cornfield. Most insane thing ever. Just one of the coins has in the past sold at auction for more than $100,000. StreamYard has noted that it's got a bug where it's showing stuff twice. So, yeah. There was an anonymous 500-pound or 5,000-pound donation a few hours ago. I suspect it was from Team Depp. I had the same thought. It pushed it over the 15,000 mark. Steph confirmed from sources that JD knew before his concert last night. It would not surprise me at all if Depp made that payment, and it's entirely in his character to do so anonymously. So I'll lift a glass to on the assumption that it's Mr. Depp, and I don't really know who else it would be because that's a lot of money. Cheers. That is amazing. So, yeah, this guy found 700 gold coins. Now, I've been describing this as pirate treasure. It's not actually pirate treasure because it's from like the 1850s and 60s, so it's like Cold War treasure. But yeah, this guy is going to be like, this is going to be millions of dollars. This is tremendous. Now, the other, this actually gets into some interesting laws because depending on where you are, these things, and somebody says, I think it could have been EDB. It could have. I don't know. I don't know. It's actually, that's a reasonable thought too. Depending on where you are, there are different rules about what happens if you find treasure. And so in some places, you get to keep the treasure. Like in some places, it's just you found it, it's yours. In some places, if you find treasure, it might belong to the government. And in some places, if you find, if you find treasure, it might be that the government gets it, but you get a cut. There are some places where they'll give you like a 10% finder's fee or something, which if you find this kind of treasure is you could probably retire on 10% of 700 times 100,000. So yeah. And Jess J, you're right. We don't need to speculate. It's just whoever did it, it's an incredibly touching gift there. So that is a good thing. So yeah, I thought a little bit of a story of the pirate treasure was entirely in keeping with this. Yeah, I promised that I would also talk about my I'd talk about my board game. So some treasures will cause your land to be forfeited. That can happen. You can also find issues where, yeah, you find things and it, you end up with major like archaeological digs and so forth. All right, I'm going to step aside for just a moment. I'm going to rush really fast to get my board game prototype here, but let me see if I can do it in the time for the pirate video to run. All right, so good timing on that. Will Gimlet be back this Saturday? Yes. Yeah, I'll be there. All right. So people asked about this board game prototype that I'm working on. So I've got it in this box, which is for a completely different game. But the box, the game that this was with was an awful game, so I kept the box. Somebody was asking, have I watched the last Lawyers and Dragons? I have not yet. So what is my board game that I'm working on? Well, the board game is provisionally titled Soviet Murder Mystery. And the tagline to it is, in Soviet Russia, murder solves you. It is a bit of an inversion of the usual Clue and so forth. Because, like, in Clue, you have to figure out who committed the murder and with what. And, yeah. What's this? Piece of the puzzles. Can someone explain the significance of the colored balls in the private video? Corey loved balls jokes. So that's why that's there. Nanner, you did great last Saturday, and thank you so much. That was fun to run there. In Soviet Murder Mystery, the game goes kind of backwards. It starts out where you already know what, like, there's a body, all the evidence, and then the goal is to mess with the evidence in order to make the evidence point to your opponents, so that you can frame your opponents for the murder. So, this might be your sort of gangster there, and your goal is to turn around and mess with the evidence and tamper with the evidence to the point where you can then, point to your rival and have them have the evidence show that they were the criminal. So it's kind of the opposite of Clue. It's and somebody was saying, do you think it's okay to use the Soviet theme with the Russian war? And I'm just going to tell you, I'm making fun of Soviet Russia, as opposed to like a game suggesting that in Soviet Russia, the justice system is this corrupted, is not exactly a favorable statement about Russia. So we got cards like vodka, which is... So, yeah. I see somebody's asking from what era? Yes, is the answer to that. What era? Lenin, Stalin, Khrushchev? A little of all of the above, because the point isn't to be a history lesson. The point is to be a little bit funny, a little bit, a little bit sort of silly as we go through this mechanic. So that's kind of the goal. So some of the things are a little dark, but I hope that we're not in the too soon aspect on I mean, I hope that we're not or still in too soon about Soviet Russia. I mean, some of the I did a little bit of research to come up with some of the things in there, but so we've got Pravda as a card, and that's probably going to be really hard to read on this. So the Pravda card lets you find out 2 pieces of information, and if you find out 2 pieces of information, you have to tell everyone the truth about one of them, and you have to lie about the other. So that is that. In terms of like some of the euphemisms there, jail without right of correspondence, which was a Soviet euphemism for we shot them. People would be sentenced to jail without right of correspondence, which meant we shot them. Because that was straight up, how they operated. But they would tell the family members or whatever that they would tell the family members like, hey, they're still around. It's just that now, that they're not allowed to send you letters. So, yeah. I'm hoping it's going to be good. It's a game that the plan is basically that involves trying to secretly move stuff around in ways to confuse your opponents so that they don't necessarily know which cards are the important ones and so forth. And I just got to get it to actually to work that way. So we'll see. It's going to take a lot of playtesting before it's actually on the something that can go on the board. But that's the board game. That's sort of the idea. That's the prototype on it. Right now, all of the art is placeholder art. So I just generated that with Midjourney because the goal of prototyping is just to get a something on the table as fast as you can, so that then I can start running tests and start trying it out and seeing how it does. So I don't want to get bogged down in like hiring art and so forth. I want to instead just get this being played. So if it gets to the point where it's a good game, where it's then I'll start looking at hiring artists and making it as a as a product. I've got some other ideas for games that I'm also sort of starting to sketch out, because the game designers I've seen have basically said, don't just design one game, have multiple things on the go. So I'm probably going to start another one. I am debating. The other one was originally like Mad Max themed, and not like Mad Max, because I don't want to use their trademarks, but sort of inspired by the Mad Max movies. I may end up changing it. I got to talk. I may change the theme on that one. It's a little too early for me to approach anybody with that, but I may change the theme on it. So that is sort of that. I've got another one that is on my mind for a board game design that is for an alchemy game. And so the idea is basically to the idea being to so the idea of the alchemist game is that everybody discovers the secret for turning lead into gold at the same time. And, in the same way that lots of discoveries have been had by people at the same time, like when you think about the invention of the light bulb, there was another guy who also invented the light bulb. He just got to the patent office a little while afterwards, and so he's not famous. Like, he's not remembered. It's just that. So So it's everybody. The idea for the alchemy one is everybody invents alchemy at the same time. Everybody figures it out, and then at that point they the goal is to make as much gold to buy as much stuff that isn't gold with before the price of gold crashes to nothing. So that is how the game ends, is that eventually the price of gold drops to nothing. Gracefully Insane, I think that's a good idea with the having Hogue read the rules. Traveling Science Man, if you are an artist, we can talk about the art. I'm not at the art stage yet. I see Kaimelin saying a game about post-apocalyptic Canada would be interesting. Yep. I may switch it up to a theme of like a pirate theme, but I would want to talk. I'd want to talk to Pixie about that, because my goals on any of these isn't really to get rich. It's just to make something. But if she liked the idea, then fantastic. If not, then do something else. But just sort of as an homage. Yeah. All right. I see. So it's stock market speculation, trading, camouflage as being around alchemy, kind of. The alchemy game is basically build an engine fast enough as the auction economy starts spiraling out of control. So that's kind of the idea on that. And I see I should maybe watch Roll of Law. I think so. It's my secondary geekery channel. So yeah, we are at 25,999 pounds. I'm gonna go to sleep soon, but I am gonna wait for that one last pound donation. Somebody's got to hit that, because we are 1 pound away for a from another spin, and I got a few hot sauces left, and most of them are deadly. So if you want to see me get injured, you got to make that donation here, because there are some spicy ones there. But yeah, it's just yeah. I like board gaming. It's a good thing there. I'm seeing people say refresh. I just refreshed. Refresh. Yeah, it's still at 25,999 on me. I'm doing a control F5 refresh. Yep. Still seeing that. Who will be doing your playtesting? When I start the playtesting, it's going to be I'm going to start with local playtesting. So like people where I can sit at the group and do that. And then I'm going to, after that, like once I've got enough information from from that playtesting, I will turn around and then I'll turn around and start what's called blind playtesting. And blind playtesting means that I just send off the board game and a rule set to somebody and basically say, hey, tell me how that's going. I see I have 26,079. That is interesting. Have we talked about the Arizona Mormon church ruling? Not yet. Does anyone else have it being over 26,000? I see BL saying just donated. So it's got to be over now. All right. It is behind, but we are going to do a spin. Spin. All right. We've got the Ashburn. Now, I don't normally like go for hot sauces that I think are sort of rectal references, if that makes sense, because I kind of feel that food should not be colon themed. Somebody sent me this one, and it's actually really good. But I suspect that the name is intended to be a covert reference to to the hindquarters. So that is not the greatest thing in a hot sauce, but I'm going to overlook it because this is actually a good sauce. So we're going to slurp a bunch out onto my plate here. My plate, which looks like somebody murdered murdered something there. Somebody's asking about putting it into like Tabletop Simulator. I don't know how to do that. If I can get that figured out, then maybe. Somebody's saying talk to Andy, the board game maker. That's not a bad idea. All right. That is a good one. It's hot. It's hot, but it's a good, tasty sauce. So I'm a fan of that sauce. And now I see 26,149. Would David have any good feedback? I feel like he would. I'll take it to David when I've got I mean, let me be honest. The first play tests, I'm gonna run with some good friends because I expect it's gonna be god awful to play the first time. Like I expect the first time I play it will just suck. But that is that's the nature of the thing, right? You got to make it a game that sucks, and you got to keep doing that until eventually you can make one that's any good. So, and I see Janet saying poor Ian in the morning. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem on this one, but we'll see. It might end up murdering me. We'll have to see on that one. So there are some hot sauce roulette sets that they make out there, but I don't know about wanting to try those because they look very extracty. So, all right, I think I'm going to wrap this up here. We have hit 26,000 pounds. That is tremendous, you guys. I hope Pixie wakes up in the morning and sees that and just like goes, "Oh my god!" And I hope it's a relief. I hope it provides some relief that that stress is at least off their plate. So I hope that is something there. And I just want to echo this comment from Nanner here. What an amazing community! It is fantastic. So yeah. Are you in court tomorrow? Yes. I gotta do actual work. I gotta do legitimate stuff. So I am in court tomorrow, and we'll see. I mean, hopefully I'm not in the bathroom too much. The other board game the other board game idea I'm kind of playing with in my head basically goes like this. There is a rich guy, and he died. And after he died, they find a number of wills, all of which are undated and contradictory. And so everybody in this, like everybody's playing a family member. And so their goal is, their goal is to argue in court for the maximum division of of the money. And so that's the goal on this one. But I don't know exactly how to make it work quite yet. But if I get that one going, I think it would be a funny one. It would just be a funny one of like how bad these family wills disputes are. So yeah, we'll just we'll see. These are ideas I'm playing with, and so I'm going to be trying to get more ideas onto the table as soon as I can. Equality, thank you very much for 5 gifted memberships there, and we'll see you guys next time. Somebody says, is this in pounds or in euros? This is in pounds, the fundraiser. So yeah, that's a fair chunk of change there. So I will see you guys. I think Wednesday for the Trials of the Century behind the scenes. That is going to be members only. So if you want to be part of that, you got to get that going. Apple Silver, I will watch the Barbie movie if you can get us all into one place. House Hippo is saying instead of the outro, can we watch the Corey tribute again? I think we can if that's something you guys want to do. So, all right, I will run that, and we'll we'll see you guys soon. It's I wish we were not running that. All right. See you guys, I guess, Wednesday.